you're here for Verizon, we're not starting Verizon until probably 9:30, given the way the agenda is working. And it's just a presentation, it's not a public hearing. And there won't be Q&A, it's just a presentation to the board. You're welcome to stay to listen. But we'll be going through this again. Okay, are we on, Hans?
I think so. I need to push the little button.
Trying to minimize that rest.
Okay, there we go. All right, I'll call to order the February 10th meeting of the
One second.
All set? We good?
Thanks, sir.
The February 10th meeting of the planning board of the town of Rochester, stand for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hey, gonna do the roll call. Unless you have the list. I'll do the roll call. I have a list here. Okay. Chair Jones is here. Member Duda,
Here.
member Nelson,
Here.
member Farnwell,
Here.
member Roberts,
Here.
member Pinsky, sure he's on his way. Member Petrин,
Here.
hey, alternate Quick.
Here.
And I'll note that Dave Church is here. We're waiting for Dave Gordon and Greg Ballner will be here later, who's our engineer. Okay, I have a couple of things. You have a package in front of you, which is the agenda. There are minutes in here from the meeting of January 13th, which I would like to approve before we get into the projects. We always seem to get to the end of the meeting, we don't get around to doing the minutes. And then there's a matter that the town board has asked us to weigh in on. We'll do that at the end of the meeting. And that's what the last couple of pages are. It's a change to town code, section 140. So when we get there, I'll talk about that. So did everybody have a chance? Everybody have a chance to look at the minutes? Any comments, adjustments? So I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of January 13th. Hans moves, seconded by Jennifer, all approved. Anybody opposed? Nobody shows. I'll have some more minutes for you for the next meeting. A number of sets of minutes. Hans, you wanted to talk about something that you're going to be doing?
Yeah, so we are, the chair and I were looking into making the assembly of procedures we have so that we're more consistent. And then we have kind of a guideline, so we're just going to start to work on that. The other thing is also we are going to reach out to some organizations how to look into best practices for town boards and for planning boards. So that's kind of what we're going to start.
Thank you.
And Hans will be working with Dave Church, who is already, he and I already talked about doing something like this, but I want to get started on it. A lot of it is there, it's just all over the place. I want to see if we can pull it together to work a little smarter, more efficiently, perhaps. Okay, so the first item on the agenda is Scharf, Affinito, Turner and Miller, represented by
Chris Credit.
Chris. You want to spell your last name?
GREY.
GREY. Oh, that was you, Chris Gregg. Okay, so it's the first item in the pile that you see there in between you. It's a letter of intent from talking about the subdivision of lands of Affinito, Shaw, Miller, and Turner. And if you open up the map, it's probably easier to have it open while I ramble through it. And then Chris, I'll let you explain anything that I get wrong or elaborate on it. So this project was before us last year sometime. I believe it was back in March or April of last year, and they did a subdivision, creating a total of 4 lots, I'm sorry. They've come back because the lot that you see on the south side of Towpath Road was believed to be 50 acres. And in order to, and they created a separate lot, and in order to keep a lot in the 480A program, the timber program through the DEC, you have to have 50 acres. Well, lo and behold, I guess through looking at the tax maps or whatever, they realized that they didn't own all of those 50 acres, that approximately 16 of them, I believe it was 16, was actually owned by somebody else.
Correct, yeah.
And the Turners have been paying taxes on it for years and years and years, so I'll leave that to the lawyers to take care of.
Yes.
But in order to keep that parcel in the program, they had to take some land from the north side of Towpath Road in order to compensate for the land that was no longer theirs. And actually, it turned out, I know they've been surveying and resurveying, it turns out that they only need 6 acres, 6.33 acres. It's lot 1A, 1-A to be added to 1B to create lot 1. So it is a subdivision. It's not a lot line change. It's a subdivision. And essentially that's what they're here for. The intent eventually is to sell, donate, transfer some of this property, or all of this property, the 50 acres, to a land conservancy.
Correct.
So at this point, I know that 2 of the
Yeah.
members,
I'm gonna recuse myself from discussion since we had, since we did the subdivision before. Round Esopus Land Conservancy, and I'm on the board of Round Esopus Land Conservancy, has put up money to purchase some of this property down the road. I have zero financial interest in this. It's just the appearance of a conflict of interest that I want to just avoid any appearance of conflict of interest.
I have exactly the same reasons, because I'm also on the board of this land conservancy.
okay, so just for the record, then we have 2 members that are recusing. It's 6:40, so I'm going to call upon alternate member Robin Quick at 6:40 to join the board. She's already joined. He's working on helping with the minutes and the motions. So she will be part of the discussion. We have a quorum. Quorum is 4, so we have 4 members present to talk about this project. So Chris, do you want to?
Yeah, you pretty much explained it, right, how it is, except there's an intent is to keep, eventually both lots to be in the land conservancy program. Once we did the full boundary survey on the south side, we realized we were lacking 6 acres on that side. So that's why we're here today to add that 6 acres back into the south side, so we can get two lots into the 480 program.
So the first thing I should do is, since it is a subdivision, we need to declare lead agency. I'd like to get lead agency these days done up front. So would anybody make a motion?
Make a motion for us to be lead agency.
Second.
I'll second.
So that was Helena making the motion, Jennifer with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, anybody opposed? No one opposed.
2 abstentions.
So we had, and 2 abstentions, thank you. So we need to add in Robin into those numbers. Okay, so we declared lead agency. And Dave Churchwood, Dave Gordon, I'm gonna ask you to, this is unlisted, correct?
Yeah, your esteemed planner just told me it's unlisted, so
Thank you.
really, if ever makes an error, so I would say it's unlisted.
Okay, so this is unlisted, uncoordinated. Do we also have to make a motion to that effect?
No.
Okay, that's just,
It is what it is.
okay. So we made a motion for lead agency. So unlisted, uncoordinated, thank you. And we get close to the public hearing, we'll worry about doing the significant determination of significance. So anybody from the board have any questions, any comments? Just for full disclosure, myself, Peter and Zorian did meet with one of the members of
Patty Brooks, yep.
Patty Brooks.
Yep.
Because the original maps that we got, I just couldn't make heads or tails out of them. Not that they were not accurate.
Yep.
And
Please understand.
so we asked for new maps and a meeting to explain the whole thing. So now it's perfectly, if not logical, then explainable. So what I'd like to do is to have a motion to move this to public hearing. If there's Jennifer's making the motion to move to public hearing. Do I have a second?
Second.
We'll give it to Dave, this side of the room. Dave Roberts, second. All in favor of moving this to a public hearing?
Aye.
Aye. So we have one, two, Melina, are you an aye?
Yes.
2, 3, 4, we have 5 ayes, 2 abstentions. And so the public hearing will be. Hang on one second, let me get out my other list. I need a list for my list. It's gonna be on March 10th. Which is a month from tonight. All right, and I don't think we need anything else in terms of the map.
Okay, great.
All right, if we come up with.
We submitted the, I believe, right?
You don't have it? Did you submit it again?
Absolutely. I do have a copy here if you wanted to read through.
You've got it.
No, give it to us electronically.
Okay,
Do I need that before we set the public hearing?
If you're treating it as a subdivision, you've got a handful of things you're supposed to get. You want to waive some of them?
Go ahead, tell me which ones.
I'm gonna pull up the subdivision next. You know, you gotta put soils on the map, you got et cetera, et cetera.
Chris, are you hearing this?
no,
Soils on the map?
There's in the subdivision regulations, there's a list. I'll give you the section before you leave. Of things to submit. You could request waiving some of them since this is pretty straightforward. I think it'd be legitimate to waive some of them. I'm not.
Why don't you give him the section? And if we get a letter, well, we won't have another meeting before the public hearing. So I guess we could take the letter before the public hearing, we could accept the waiver or vote on the waiver. But this is so cut and dry, there's not gonna be any development here, it's just.
No.
Being set aside.
Well, you could. Since some of the board members are experiencing what's needed, you could. Take the alternative route and say, what more information would you like?
Okay,
And waive the remainder. If council's acceptable to that approach.
okay. Given the circumstances of this project, since there's no development. It's going into a DEC timber program, eventually to be donated to a conservancy. I will make the motion that if there's nobody who wants anything added to the map from the board. Then all the things that are not here are waived.
Anything in addition to what's been already provided.
What he said is therefore waived. I do need the EAF though.
absolutely, we'll
I
get that.
thought it
sent
was
in.
in the file, Dave.
Okay.
Yeah,
Would you get that to me electronically?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, and send it to PB Chair at Town of Rochester, one word, .new york.gov. Okay. Dave, is there anything else?
It's section, you're waiving the provisions of 125.13.
Okay.
B. Or let's say you're waiving certain provisions of section 125.13
So Chris, if you go,
B of the subdivision regulation.
if you go through that section,
Mhm.
I'm willing to, we don't need soils on this.
Type of water supply proposed, type of sewer proposed. that's
If you just go through all those things and list them and then ask for a waiver for either all of them or I think for all of them. Is what I would suggest you do, since I didn't hear that we wanted anything else on the map. Get that to me as soon as possible.
Okay.
We'll add it to the record and we'll bring it forward to the public when we have the public hearing.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Jake. This seems so simple. I forgot, I lost my head. You're done.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you. You too. Next. Oh.
I was just thinking.
I had a motion on the table.
Yeah.
And I said what Dave said. I didn't get a second. Would somebody second that motion? The motion was,
Right. So we breaking it.
who seconded? Robin?
Sure.
All right, Robin second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Thank you, Court.
And sorry, but do we need to do anything for public posting for the subdivision?
No, we take care of that.
You think you're gonna take care of everything? All right.
All right, it's now 9:40, nine, 6:48. Robin Quick resigns her place as full board member, goes back to alternate. And Peter and Hans are back on as full board members.
Steve.
That's it. Okay. So Bill, the next item I have on the agenda is Sutherland.
Yeah.
You and I talked about it. So Sutherland, the Sutherland project goes back to August. And then it sort of disappeared, if you would, for a couple of months. Then it came back. I guess in December or January, you asked me what was going on. And I said, I don't know, you owe us some information. Long story short, there were 3 pieces of information from the last meeting in August. It was August 26th. There were 3 pieces of information that the board brought to the attention of the applicant that needed to be done before we could go forward with this. And this was at the time when this decision was about to be read. It was a problem or an issue with the traffic. Residents on the road felt that there would be much additional traffic or too much additional traffic. It is a 2-lot subdivision, by the way. I'm sorry, it's not a 2-lot subdivision. 3-lot subdivision, sorry. There was an issue with water flow onto other people's properties and onto the road. And then there was an issue brought by one gentleman having to do with electrical service on this particular road. The road being Stony Kill. And so Bill was sent off to get responses to all these. In your file, and Bill, I'm going to let you talk about all 3, but in your file is a letter from Bill on 2 of those items, the traffic and the water flow. It was looked at by our engineer. There should be another letter in the file from January 21st from Greg Boldner, substantiating what Bill told us about those 2 items, namely traffic and water flow. Bottom line, no impact. In fact, the water flow map that Bill Agers did, it shows the water's going in the exact opposite direction from what it was thought at the public hearing. The last item, the electrical service, Bill had the applicant get a letter from a master electrician who apparently went to Central Hudson and got input from them. And there's a letter now in your file, either under submissions or studies, something like that, just came in yesterday or today. And I put it up on the file, which essentially says Central Hudson has no problem with electricity there. So I told Bill that I wouldn't be able to do the decision tonight because I hadn't yet gotten that letter concerning the electrical service. And that we would put it on the agenda for the workshop at the end of the month. Let me just check and make sure that's where I have it. Yes. So unless there's questions from the board, and most of the members of the board that are here, the only people who were here back in August were Peter and I and Zorian. So everybody else, this is new news. Helena, you may have been here as an alternate.
Yeah.
I don't remember. But in any case, if anybody has any questions about anything that's in the file, but long story short, we're not going to do anything tonight on Sutherland, Bill. We'll wait till 2 weeks from now. I'll do the decision.
All we're really here is to make see that we've got everything and schedule it for the next time. Yep.
As far as I can see, you have everything. In fact, you had everything back in August. It was just that little glitch with those 3 items from the public hearing.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, the project went fallow.
Yeah.
Anybody have anything on it? All right, so,
Yeah, Rick,
go ahead.
I'll just note, Rick asked me to look at this traffic question because it was coming up, not just for this application, but others. The DEC has guidance now that on the question of traffic project resulting in substantial increase in traffic. Their general conclusion, and they have elaborated on certain kinds of uses, is that if the project is going to generate less than 100 vehicle trips per day, it's insignificant. So there's no way this
2 houses.
small project's gonna do 100 vehicle trips in a day, or
Dave, what form is that in? That's not regular.
it's in an answer, it's in the workbook for the environmental assessment form.
Workbook.
All right, I guess the only exception I would have to that, and I don't want to get into it because this project is only 3 lot subdivision. It depends on the nature of the road. Whether the road is up to standards that can handle additional traffic, that's an issue also, but we won't go there. Okay, so nobody has any,
I have a question.
go ahead.
Is this, have you followed the requirements in 125? As far as the final plan, which, one thing that just came up recently was the soil types shall be placed on the maps.
Helena, I'm gonna,
We're gonna defer.
because
Okay.
all of this had been, we were at the point, the public hearing was closed. Decision was ready, the applicant was told at that time, everything's honky-dory. So I'm just going to,
Got it.
for
No
fairness
further comment.
purposes,
We
just say,
actually had a motion to approve at that point even.
Okay.
okay, so we're gonna move to the next item, but thanks, good catch. The next one, Bill, is Brody Patinkin. And, this is a 2 lot subdivision. It also has been in front of us for quite a while, since August, September of last year. This project, again, for the new members, got stuck because of 2 items. One had to do with SHPO, and the other one had to do with a hit on the mapper, the EAF mapper, indicating that there were bald eagles in the area. So Bill, I guess, waited a month and a half, 2 months to get anything from SHPO and the DEC. And finally, the applicant called their congressman. And the congressman got some answers, I guess, out of SHPO and the DEC.
Next day.
And about, okay. So there is a letter there from SHPO that indicates that there's no concern on their part with any kind of effect to historical structures. Has everybody found that letter? Just want to make sure. I have it in here somewhere. The other item with the Eagles, Bill, I'll let you address that. You sent me a letter over the weekend or on Friday,
Mhm.
February 6th, as a matter of fact. So if everybody has that, it says that New York State DEC Conservation Plan for Bald Eagles in New York State contains conservation strategies and implementation. And essentially what Bill's letter says, that construction of new buildings, roads, utilities, or other permanent structures is not recommended within a quarter of a mile or 1,320 feet of an eagle's nest if there is no visual buffer. And then it goes on to say, if there's a visual buffer, it does exist. The activity feature is not visible from the nest. Such activity should not occur within 660 feet. Well, this is, we calculated a half a mile,
1 mile.
1 mile from the property, so I'm not gonna worry about it, plus they're not constructing anything. So fully compliant with whatever hit there was on the EAF mapper. So other than that, I don't have too much. If anybody from the board has anything they want to talk about from the map. Bill, did you give us new maps on this one
We haven't had any changes to the maps
from the
since
old maps?
back in September when we added the solar panels to them at that time.
Okay,
It was requested.
so the maps are in the Google file under maps. Mr. Planning, do you see any issues with the maps?
No.
Anybody from the board?
No.
Alright, so-
And we do have, at this time, we have received Ulster County Health Department approval for the septic system for the new lot.
Okay, so I'm gonna need a copy of that.
Yeah.
Bill, send that to me. PB, well, you have mine. PB
Yeah, yeah.
address. Okay. So Board of Health. All right, if there's no other comments, I'll entertain a motion from the board to set a public hearing. Also for March tenth.
I'll make that motion.
I second it.
Peter makes the motion. Alina second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? So 6-0. Okay. Well, the next one's yours too, right?
Yes.
Alan Linda? Yes, you do have some new maps. So if you want to take the opportunity to pull the maps off the top of your file. I can just get my file out. Okay, if you remember, this entire parcel had been before the board about a year and a half ago. February or March of last year. For some improvements, to the stone, to the restaurant area. And they've come back and they're asking to subdivide the restaurant portion of the parcel from the residential portion of the parcel. At one time, this parcel was both business and residential. Now the entire parcel is business under the new code. So Bill did provide us with a new letter from the CEO. A new determination letter under the new zoning code. So that's on file. You did do the soils. We asked you to put the soils on here. I believe you did that.
Mhm.
Last time you were here, we asked you to remove or push the debris from the corner of the property.
That's been
I
done.
think it was an empty tank that was rusting away. I don't know what you did with it. It's not there anymore.
Not on this property.
Okay, and it's not on the map. It's back in the property where it came from.
Apparently.
Okay,
Frozen to the ground, but they got it loose.
okay, all right. So we got the soil types, the permit, the septic permit. I think we said last time you don't need one because it's
There's
already got.
existing septic on
Right.
both lots.
Okay, and the tank is moved. So I don't have anything else that I was concerned with from the last time. Anybody have anything on this? Dave?
No, well,
Both
Dave,
Daves.
both Daves.
Dave one, Dave two. Gee, I'm missing Zorian.
Yes.
That's an inside joke. I'm sorry. Sorry, Zorian.
The good one.
I was looking at the takeaways from the last meeting and there was a note for fire and highway superintendent referral.
And a good catch. It went out late, but it is out.
We're waiting.
I think you sent it out.
Part of Sand Hill Road is private and the state road. So
Okay,
our department, the highway department would have comment.
so the highway, it's a private road, Sand Hill Road. So we wouldn't get any highway comment, except it's a private road.
That portion of
Peter, fire,
No,
I mean, you're gonna fight the fire. Is there,
yeah, the only thing I would say about it is that just anecdotally, I've seen. And this might come out when we go to public hearing, is I've seen a lot of parking in front of the no parking area in the front of the building. Where it was designated as in front of the restaurant, it should be entirely no parking. And I see cars parked there all the time,
I've seen that too.
Yeah.
Remember what,
so.
Old habits die hard.
And I think they're designated no parking.
It's striped.
Yeah.
It's,
Right, right,
yeah,
exactly.
but people
Yeah,
park there.
people think.
So-
Sounds like a code enforcement issue.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Peter, I was asking specifically about fire department comment on fighting fires in the off of Sand Hill Road.
Yeah, I've been on that road. I don't see it's a problem. I think that, it's a pretty straightforward short run, so I don't see a problem.
So the letter didn't go out. I've been a little bit busy and secretary-less, except for tonight. This is Courtney Coffey, by the way. I don't think I introduced her. Some of you know.
Thank
her.
you.
Yeah.
Courtney.
She's here to help us tonight. So I'm going to waive the need for a letter from the fire
I
department.
mean, Mike would be the one to, their
He did.
office would be the one to respond on that.
Why don't you just grab something and let him take a look at
Yeah.
it? I'd rather have something on file. So we'll do that, but we're not gonna do the highway. Anything else? Thanks, Jennifer.
The other thing was for lot two, it was just documentation from DOH for lot two on the septic.
We decided last time, I had a note here that we weren't gonna ask for it because it's already an existing septic, so we're not gonna ask for anything.
That's all I know.
Okay. All right. So, I'll entertain a motion to set this for public hearing.
Motion.
Jennifer moves, second.
Second.
I'm
hot tonight.
Dave, Dave, one,
I'm slow.
all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? Okay, so we have 7 approvals, no non-approvals,
Do we have to
and
do
that was
anything-
Jennifer making the motion and Dave Roberts seconded the motion.
do we have to do anything on seeker on this?
We already declared this to be, let me check my notes.
Yeah.
We already declared lead agency on this,
Okay.
and we also typed it as unlisted uncoordinated. Before the public hearing, we'll do the part 2 for seeker. We will do that. That would be the determination of seeker. Thank you. I think we're all set on this one. That will also be set for March 10th. We're gonna have a busy public hearing day on March 10th. And we have a lot of public hearing notices. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. So. Alan and Linda. Next is Danforth. Matt, did you get my note? Come on up here first. Up there, that is. So, I had a decision ready for Danforth. And it's in the file under decisions. And I was hoping to get the SWIP from Matt. He did send me something during the week, a letter concerning the SWIP, but then when I got the SWIP today, thank you for sending it to me.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more in depth than I thought it was gonna be. So I'm reluctant to do the decision tonight, Matt. That was my message to you.
Okay.
Before I have Greg Bolner just take a look at it.
I didn't-
And
You know,
it's pretty extensive.
It's 160 pages, so.
Yeah, that's pretty.
160.
You didn't read it?
that's, they make you put
I scanned it.
copy of the permit in there, and
Yeah,
that's like 100 page, I mean, there's a lot of this.
So I did scan it.
stuff that Nobody's gonna read.
Right.
So it's primarily, it has nothing to do with there being water problems. I mean, there's a lot of water there, but it's all in the back. It doesn't have anything to do with retention or bioremediation or any of that, anything like that. It has to do with dealing with the water during construction, how to contain it and how to prevent it from entering into the wetlands is primarily what it's all about.
That's right, yeah.
But
it's
having
soil
said that-
erosion controls.
Right.
Yeah, and that was on the plans already.
You have
So
all the
I didn't have to change
contrivances,
that at all, I just had to write the report on it.
all the appurtenances are there, but I feel more comfortable having Greg look at it. So I'm not gonna do the decision tonight. What I'll do is put it on for the 24th of February. We'll do the decision that night. I talked to Greg, he should be able to get it all done within a minute. We'll have it in our file. You know what, he's gonna be here tonight. So you can save a copy for him.
Did you see that I marked up the decision a couple of styles 15?
No, I-
So the-
We're just, one more.
No, it's because you want to review.
Electronically.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll do it on the 24th, February 24th, which is the workshop meeting.
So Rick, are you thinking that we'd do a decision the 24th once, assuming this is all good?
Yeah, Greg told me it's standard, right? He'll be able to whiz through it, get us a report by the end of this week. So you'll have it in the Google file over the weekend. I know we like things in 2 weeks, but it's pro forma. Not that I know anything about SWIFTs, but it's all about how to deal with the construction portion of it. So I feel comfortable the board can review it next week and we can make the decision. The public hearing's been closed. We did all the seeker material. It's just a matter of doing the decision, reading the decision. So we'll do it in 2 weeks.
Alright.
All right, I
So
apologize.
I'll need to be at that meeting in 2 weeks.
I would like you at that meeting.
Yeah,
I'm sure you'll be here anyway for something else.
well, that's the workshop one, right?
It is the workshop one. I think you have something else that might be on that meeting. Is Gillette yours? No, that's not.
Yeah.
Or maybe-
Yeah, the Ginger Road.
Ginger, no, not Ginger Road, a different one.
That's not-
No, you won't, you don't have anything on that meeting, so. Up to you. If anybody has any questions from the board,
Yeah.
might want to be here.
Okay.
Okay.
Gets you out of the house.
That's
what I want. Monday night.
Oh, we want you to bring coffee for everybody that night. too.
And cookies.
Okay,
Were we gonna do how Condius
Yes.
today? I didn't see that on the agenda.
well, because it missed the agenda. But we reissued the agenda this morning and it's on the agenda. So are you set for to talk about that?
Sure.
This is the Heliocondius flowers. Maybe to be honest. If you just give me a moment to pull my file out. I'm sorry, board, I still deal with paper. It works easier for me. So if you all remember this, you have an update. Here's a map of that. Okay, so
Most of our MDS.
it's called MD in your file, it's MDS. 5185 MDS, I think it is, or 5285 MDS. So this was the flower shop. That was being proposed. At the end of the auto body shop. And that provided us with some pictures of what it is. Of what the interior would look like. We asked for some pictures of the interior. And in your package, it's there. It's also on the Google file. We received the EAF on this one a while ago. There was an ag statement that was also in the file. We had that. We had at the last meeting. Well, actually, we didn't do lead agency, so we need to do the lead agency tonight. Let's wait a while to discuss it. Matt, do you want to tell us what you changed here based upon the letter, the post-meeting letter that I sent you?
Yeah, so you got the detail of the sign and size and show that where it's gonna be on the plan. It's gonna be above the door, it's an existing door, it's not on the plan. Got a water pack entry light that it's gonna go above the door on the exterior, and there's a detail for that on the plan.
Matt, what's the size of the sign? Does it meet our code?
It does, it's 2x8. And
Because in the picture, it looks like it's
I know, it looked
5
enormous.
by 16.
Yeah, that's,
What's the size?
it's 2 foot by 8 foot. So 16 square feet. Total wall sign allowed per code is 56. The existing is about 30 square feet.
You put
So
lights over
that's
the,
on the plan.
you put lights over the door?
Yep, light over the door, LED, dark sky compliant, all that good stuff.
You needed the hours of operation?
That's on the plan. 10 to 5, Monday through Friday, 10 to 4 on Saturday, closed on Sunday.
Okay,
I have a question.
go ahead.
Matt, is there an interior door in the drawing that goes into the body shop?
I don't believe there is one, no, I think it's a separate space.
Are the parking spaces designated at all or not really?
So they're not. Yeah, that's always kind of a tricky question. How do you designate parking spaces and gravel lots?
Yeah.
So we're gonna put a couple signs up for where the ADA space and the loading zone are gonna be. So that will be there. But otherwise. No, we're just, I'm not sure how to designate.
So the ADA space can't just put a sign up, it's not compliant.
So what do you have to do?
You're supposed to mark, well, it depends on, you want it van accessible, it's more complicated.
Well, there's a van accessible loading zone. Next to it.
Right, well, I think like, what's it? Across the way here. When I first got here, the resort place. They have a gravel lot, right, and you worked out
Oh, the granary,
paint striping?
the granary?
No, the golf course,
What's it? I got a
Ennis.
mental block.
Ennis.
Ennis. Didn't you work out there on the gravel lot that it could be painted and refreshed on occasion?
I think what we told them to do for that, they make these contraptions that you bury and you shoot into the ground and it has a fuzzy ball at the end of
Yeah.
it.
Oh, yes.
I can't think of what they call it.
It's like a plug.
It's a plug with a fuzzy ball,
My home does the same.
and we had them do that. Are you familiar with those?
Well, you fuzzy ball? I didn't say I've come across that one.
You get a dozen of them from Amazon.
Okay.
It's a plug. Don't be a wise guy. It's a plug. It has a spike at the end of it. I don't know whether they shoot it in there or they pound it in there, but at the end, there's like a streamer that comes out of it, and they usually put 2 or 3 on one side, 2 or 3 on the other side to delineate the parking. All right, so
So the issue is actually highlighted by the aerial photo here, which gives you an idea of how people use that parking.
it's a bit of a mess, to say the least. Yeah,
And it's on it's on a highway, 129.
I think if I was the owner who's making this proposal, or the gentleman who's making the proposal and leasing the spot, he's gonna say, yeah, I wish it was neater too, but it's not me, it's the other guy.
Yeah,
It's the owner of the auto store.
Yeah.
So I think what we have to insist on is to have the ADA spots marked
Marked somehow.
on the
Yeah.
ground somehow. Is that what you're saying, Dave? Marked on the ground?
Right, if you get around Sam's Point property in Minnewaska, it's got a gravel lot, they've used different techniques. Hank Alcondre, you could talk to there if you want.
Okay.
I think they've used the fuzzy ball with it.
Innis has
sorry.
dedicated signs, has specific signs, dedicated signs. There's like a row for,
Yeah, they don't have any of the fuzzies. They never put the fuzzies.
they're too rich for fuzzies.
So Matt, you gotta put something there to delineate the ADA.
Yeah.
I,
What
I,
about, parking blocks? So, they're used to keep cars from rolling over, sidewalks or something, like over a curb. It's just a,
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're
Wheel
talking
stop.
the
essentially.
ties, like it's like.
Yeah,
is that acceptable, Dave?
I mean, it certainly delineates.
You can
There are
paint-
if you go to the state building code, you can see the
Alright.
ADA compliant requirements. There's some flexibility, just
Yeah,
do your best.
all right.
But that space has supposed to be designated in.
Yeah.
Physically on the ground as well as with a sign.
The way Innis has done it, they're basically painted like blue, like blocks, cement blocks. That's how they got away.
So are they buried? Like what blocks?
They're standing, they're sitting on the ground, basically, they have like granite blocks, so. They did it very simple, but it's very clear that it's designated, so.
All right, thank you.
So Matt, we're gonna need something on the map.
Yeah. Okay.
And I share that everybody's pain here, and you look at that lot on 209, it's like, It is an auto body shop, but it would be nice if, they at least didn't park cars
I think that,
horizontally on 409.
yeah, I think you gotta indicate the parking spaces that are specifically for the flower shop. Just in an effort that they're available, rather than, you know, when getting filled up by the
Auto body.
our auto body place, and then the person who wants to buy flowers parks, you know, parallel to the road.
So how about we do this? I think the requirement is 3 spots. Need to be marked for the flower shop only,
Disaster.
and 1 for ADA for a total of 4. That's what you have here. But I like the idea of having them, you know, flower shop only or for the flower shop something. So let's get that signage also.
Yeah,
And it's
In some
really, really
fashion.
in their interest too, you know, to
Yeah.
make sure that they have parking spots.
I agree.
Safety.
Peter?
I have, and I don't know the answer to this, Matt, but I wonder if there's a requirement for more than one way in, one way out in that space. I don't know the answer to that, but because I think
that's-
firefighting all the time, going into a room and having one way in and one way out always makes me nervous. And I don't know if there's a requirement for the building department about this.
So, I mean, I think it's got a window that is large enough.
Like I said, I don't know.
Yeah,
I just want
I
to.
mean, it's a building code issue, so it's not really me or the planning board per se.
Well, we would hope if you were creating, if you were creating, so it's a site plan, right? So if you're creating something, that it would be to code.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm
I'll take
sure
a
the,
look.
I'm sure the code enforcement officer, when he,
Yeah, like I said, I don't know the answer to that, but I just looking at it came up to me.
I don't know what
Yeah.
permits are needed for this, because I think it's already, I guess he has to come to the code enforcement officer for the permits in order to make the room.
Yeah.
At that point, he's gonna insist that there be another door, but you should check it ahead of time.
Might save some time.
It makes sense. I know you showed where the refrigerators were gonna go, you showed where the work table was gonna be and all that. So why not just, if you need a door because of the size, let's put a door.
Does he need fire separation from one use to the other? He probably does.
It's, I think it is walled, right? There is gonna be walled between
It would need to be
the separate space.
Separate space.
Yeah, because it's an auto body. They don't want to
Yeah.
have the paint and fumes and things like that, I'm sure,
Yeah.
so.
And fire.
Fire.
So Matt, I'm willing to set the public hearing. If the board agrees, but we're gonna need another map.
Yeah.
Showing all these additions. What you're gonna do in terms of signage for the parking and for the ADA. And also the door in the back there for the room. Anybody have anything else? So we'll try to get it approved before Mother's Day. I know he missed Valentine's Day for the flower shop. But we'll try to get it for Mother's Day. So I'll entertain a motion to set the public hearing.
Make a motion to set a public hearing.
Alina made the motion,
I say.
seconded by Hans. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? So it's approved 7-0.
We do have to declare a lead agency, correct?
I said we are gonna do it, I forgot it, so. Let's do the lead agency today, and then
Is it
next week
7-0
we'll
or
do
6-0?
the determination of significance. So
It's 7-0 or 6-0?
I can hear you,
6-0 or 7-0?
7-0.
Okay.
Yep. So I'll also entertain a motion to declare lead agency.
I'll make that motion.
Peter,
Might be type 2,
Second.
I have it as second by Jennifer.
because it's under certain square footage and it is the building.
Yeah, I'm thinking that too.
I think it's type 2 because it's a non-residential use and under, I forgot the footage in an existing.
Doesn't matter when it's yours.
For us, yeah,
They're not expanding it
the
all.
use is 12 by 20.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but that's definitely more than it's at least 3,000.
All right, subject. So lead agency, do we vote on that?
It's a type 2, I don't.
Okay.
Defer to Dave Gordon on that matter, what to do.
And we'll make it a type 2.
This is the DEC exception that swallows secret.
Okay, so type 2, we don't have to vote on that. But we did vote on the lead agency. So we've done it.
It's a no,
We don't need to do lead agency either.
the lead agency has nothing to do.
Okay. Thank you. All right, and we set the public hearing for. Did I give the date?
I don't think we did.
Okay, let's,
When you. No, I didn't.
let's do the public hearing. We have a lot for March already. We have more. Let's do this one in March also. March should be pretty easy. So the public hearing will be March 10th.
Do we have to notify county on this one?
Sorry,
Do we have to notify Ulster County on this one?
no.
No, because you're, unless it's changing, unless it increases parking demand or they're not complying with sky lighting standards.
Okay.
A site plan located on 490 Hempstead County.
In an existing building, you don't have to refer unless it's an increasing parking demand, changing the exterior lighting or.
Six.
It's 6, it's not 7.
Okay, so we said public hearing.
Public hearing.
3:10.
For March.
My God.
Okay, Matt, we've got you up again. For Nickenberg. Let me tell us, floor is yours, Matt.
Yeah, not much really was done. I added the soil type boundary line for the code requirements. And I prepared the septic system plan and submitted to the health department. But that's it. That's
Okay, we did, or we are sending out a letter to the fire and highway. I think that has gone out, so we'll have that shortly. You sent us the septic permit, right?
what?
You said septic?
But I haven't gotten it yet. I just
Okay.
submitted to the health department.
All right, so we need that. I know the EAF was done, that's on the file. We did the lead agency last time. Well, not the last time, we did it January 13th. 2025, and we also determined this to be unlisted, uncoordinated on the 13th also, so. Seeker was done, we'll do the determination of significance before the public hearing. Does anybody have anything else on this map that they want to see or any questions that they have? But really, we're just waiting for Department of Health. If you don't get that before the public hearing, and we'll set that in a minute, we'll make it a condition of approval. And we will have the fire and the highway letter going out if it hasn't gone out already. It went out, so that's out there. All right. So, entertain a motion for a public hearing.
I seconded it.
Dave Roberts made the motion for public hearing. Alina seconded. And see. How about we do this one? There's a lot on 310 already. We have Alan, Linda, Grody, Turner. How about we do this on 324?
Can you do the public hearing in a workshop? Is that?
Well, we haven't before. Our workshops have become regular meetings.
Yeah, legally, a workshop and a regular meeting on the same thing. It's a planning, open meeting for the planning board. A workshop is like shorthand for a planning board or any board. Design certain things that it's not going to, even though to get certain capabilities, like we're not gonna have, it may say no resolution, but this is what, but it's just a matter of planning board managing its own workload. If you legally do anything one, not, but advise the board is as long as the public is aware of it, if we're changing policy, for example, that if we're gonna do resolutions or something, or hold hearings, whatever, as long as the public's made aware of it, there's nothing in state law that would, that's a roadblock to it.
So if the board's all right with that, we'll do it rather than we would have, if I add this to 310, that means we have 5 public hearings on one day. I think that's a
That's a
wee bit
lot.
much.
That's a lot.
So why don't we do it on the 24th? And I think we're gonna be doing more of these on workshop meetings, just because of the workload. So our workshops are really becoming, unless we really need a workshop, it's really becoming a regular meeting. So it will be a public hearing, it'll just be on 3/24.
Actually vote. The public hearing.
Oh, we didn't? I just did it unilaterally. I entertain a motion for the public hearing.
No, that
Oh,
we
we did?
did. Now we have to take the vote.
That's the vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
It's called for the vote.
It's been a long 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Um, I'll entertain the vote on the motion for public hearing
On the 24th.
on the 24th. All in favor? Anybody opposed? 7 to
It's not, it's
6.
6,
6 people.
so we're just not here.
listen. Okay,
It's a second.
Gilda, the next one is also Matt's Gilda Mancini, Millicote Children's Trust. Better known as Ginger Road. We're gonna call this Ginger Road for from here on in. So Matt, why don't you bring the board up to date on Ginger Road? It has a long history.
July of last year. Is when this was originally submitted. And it was referred to. The fire chief, fire code enforcement officer. And, they did not like. The road. Just something like that. So it's on a private road, it's a 4-lot subdivision. Ginger Road is at the very end of it. Some of you are familiar with this. Basically, since the last meeting, we were referred to code enforcement officer and fire chief. And we were trying to figure out a way to get this to work because the existing private road not up to current standards. It's only 14 feet wide in some spots. And the bridge was kind of an unknown X factor. There's no real turnaround at the end of the road. So what ended up happening was we did a structural analysis of the bridge, figure out what its capacity was. And we figured out it's suitable for a fire truck to go over. I think Peter knows that personally, but
Just barely.
yeah, the width between the existing railings is 11 feet 5 inches. So very, very narrow. So basically, the owners have gotten a proposal from Peak Engineering to for bridge improvements, to widen the bridge. And so we're looking at improving the width of the bridge. We're looking at putting an actual New York State building code, fire code turnaround at the end of the road. We're looking at straightening out the approach onto the bridge. It approaches at a bit of an angle and it's very vegetated densely, so it's pretty hard to see. Site visibility is low. So we're gonna straighten that out. And then we're gonna put a pull-off on as well, 50 feet by 20 feet wide, so that emergency vehicles can pass. So essentially, the owners are taking all this responsibility on themselves to widen the bridge, add a turnaround, add a pull-off, straighten the approach to the bridge. And they are asking for this 4-lot subdivision, which was presented before. It's 5 acre zoning. All the lots are over 5 acres in size.
So man, for starters, I don't know if anybody else is there, I can't find the bridge.
There's two.
Oh,
places.
right.
Yeah.
Is it to the left and above the existing pond or to the right of the existing pond where?
It's all the way to the right.
It's all the way on the right. It's pretty much,
The stream crosses the road?
it
You
is,
have an arrow to it, there's a note that says proposed bridge widening and approach improvement,
yeah, that's,
top right.
Oh, all the way over
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
So it's a different stream. If you're doing bridge improvement, you're gonna have to get a New York State DEC, 6.
yeah, if there's any disturbance to the bed or banks of the stream, we will.
Oh, so it's not definite you need one?
It's not definite because we're not gonna need to affect the abutments. They're actually wide enough, so we can just put the beams on potentially. We need to develop the plan, but if we do disturb the bed or banks of the stream,
So if you're only disturbing. Altering the bridge itself, let's say directly above the stream. That geographic fact doesn't make you have to go to DEC, that you're
No.
right above the stream, you have to be disturbing the banks.
not to my understanding. My understanding is you need the stream disturbance permit if you disturb the bed or banks of the stream.
Okay.
Or if it's a class C.
Well,
CP or
Yeah,
higher.
and so if it's CTS, that or trout spawning,
Yeah.
that may be a little bit more stringent than just a C. stream.
Right,
No,
well,
wait,
for a
wait.
C, you don't need anything.
Yeah, but in order for the protection of waters permit to qualify at all, it's gotta be above the sea, it's gotta be sea
Okay.
trout or above. But what Matt's saying is that unless he's physically disturbing the stream or the banks, it doesn't count, like if he's directly above the stream and just expanding the road, he's saying that you don't need the DEC permit, and that's new to me, let's put it that way.
So
Um,
the only thing I would add to what you're saying is that it seems like there would be some amount of temporary disturbance for construction because you need to install stormwater protection and whatnot, so. I wonder if that would, I don't know, but I think it would make sense.
And it's kind of fun, the reason I'm raising it is because if DEC permit's required, then, then we're gonna get back into a coordinated review,
That's
Right.
right.
right? So we wanna get that straight from the beginning, if we need to circulate.
So.
Also, I think that area by the bridge is in a floodway, not flood, it was a floodplain.
It's a floodplain, yeah.
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 And you do show some widening, where you're going to be widening for the bridge improvement, that could be that could be on the banks, I'm not quite. You haven't really given us a detail on this stream, and I think you should,
Okay.
because this entire area is very sensitive. And as far as you're adjacent to Mohawk Preserve, the fauna, flora, everything in here. So I think,
Yeah,
we can need probably some details.
okay.
So what, just let me. Dave Church is gonna do a whole write-up on this one, and he is working on it. So this is just the first, as far as I'm concerned, even though they've been here before, this is the first of many meetings. But Dave is gonna do a detailed write-up, we need an answer on the DEC bit. Dave, do we need to give it to them to take a look at, does he need a permit? My sense is, and we're not gonna declare lead agency, circulate the lead agency yet, but my sense is that we probably they should at least have the opportunity to take a look at it and decide if they want to be
Well,
involved.
the thing
in
is,
some fashion.
it only gets circulated to involved agencies, and agencies involved, essentially, if they have permitting,
Right.
permitting, funding, or they're doing it themselves. So the question is, does DEC have permitting authority?
Okay,
And Matt's gonna crunch that and get back to us. Like I
Okay.
said, to me, the fact that it's within, near the bank, actually within 50 feet of the stream at all, or, looking at it on a map, it's literally in the stream, although Matt's point is that it's actually physically above the stream and not touching it. I'm a little bit skeptical because, you do a little blasting or whatever, and, poof, it comes to the streams. How much our DEC feels about that, and I'd be very careful. And we want, if they are involved, we want to have that up front so we can circulate.
so I suspect what they're gonna want is details of what you're doing, detailed diagrams and explanation of the engineering around it.
Mhm.
I think this board would want to see the engineering themselves, the report from Peak Engineering, so I'd like to see that.
How wide is the bridge gonna be? Is it gonna be 2 lane at the end of the day?
It'll have a 16-foot width between railing.
And the fire people have told us what's optimum, I think, is 20, but they're satisfied with 16. Going from 11 to 16 is a big deal.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm skeptical that whatever you're doing, I don't see how it doesn't affect the apartments somehow, but
Well, you would additional channels, and it's just wide enough already to accommodate.
Okay.
16 feet.
yeah, I'm not gonna play engineer. That's why we
Yeah,
have
I mean, we
engineers
can get you.
and why we have. people
Really,
who are-
the point here is I wanted to reintroduce the project. I know some people haven't seen it. And so we need to be referred back to the building code enforcement officer to get a waiver. Is my understanding, the owners met with them. And I think Jerry said, it needs to be referred back to him to get a waiver because it's not gonna meet the 20-foot wide fire apparatus road. So that was,
So Jerry's saying that we need to send it back
refer
to,
it to him, refer it
okay,
back.
for a
to
waiver.
Code enforcement, for a waiver for, increasing the entire width of, Ginger Road to 20 feet.
Well, why don't we find, I mean, we can send that letter over. Why don't we wait until you find out to what extent the DEC is gonna have to be involved? I'll do the waiver. I'll ask him rather not do the waiver. I'll send him a letter requesting the waiver to go from 20 to 16. I'll do
Yeah,
that.
I mean, for the bridge, and to be clear, we're not touching it. Except for those improvements I noted, otherwise we're leaving it as is.
Okay, so I want this study so we can have Peak Engine, we can have the CPL take a look at the engineering documents. Okay,
On the bridge. On the bridge, you're saying?
yeah, on the
So-
bridge.
We don't have the full design of that done yet.
Well, how am I gonna give you approval if I don't have the full design?
Yeah, is that, I mean, is that part of the subdivision approval?
Yeah, the bridge is not,
Access to
the
it.
bridge doesn't
Having the
work.
engineering done for that,
Well, 30% design.
30%, yeah, okay, I mean, that's.
Do you know if they're, the proposal to change the bridge is just changing the decking?
It's gonna change the deck, it's gonna add additional beams.
Okay.
And it's gonna replace the decking and it's gonna add new railing.
Okay, so I think it's important to note that it is, since it is a protected stream, any demolition of the existing bridge or whatever removal, that we should be clear on that, how that is done too, because that's,
It's gotta be protected.
yeah.
For sure.
And having said that, I do, from a firefighting perspective, I appreciate what you and your client did on this with it, and also noted that they had proposed putting in dry hydrants there, which is
Right.
great. So
2 dry hydrants.
I-
Yep.
applaud, and I know it's no small thing to do any of this.
Yeah,
So I, applaud you guys for the effort
So,
on that.
Matt,
There's
your
more to be done.
question, why would we need to see the bridge? When we do seeker, we're gonna be looking at safety issues, right? And getting fire apparatus, for that matter, the cars across that bridge is part of what we're gonna review in seeker. So we're gonna need to know what it is you're doing and that it meets engineering standards, and Peak Engineering did some work, but I want our engineer to take a look at it.
Mhm.
So that's one piece of information that we need.
Is the entire length of Ginger Road a private road?
it is.
And is this the other lands that are shown to the plan north here? Is Ginger Road the access to those lands, or do they have alternate access?
It's definitely access to some of them. I think maybe Tinkin's access is not off this road.
His house is on Clove Valley Road, but they do a property that comes in
It
onto.
fronts on Ginger. Yeah.
And there's another question I have about this, is this, the improvements to the road, to widen the road, is that gonna be done all the way from Clove Valley Road, or is this just this one section?
No, just what's shown on the plan.
Okay, are the other property owners all on board with this?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay,
So here's what we're gonna need from that, but I will need some legal advice on this, and Dave Church, you may have some.
We got
info.
a comment on
My
one
unders-
and two.
my understanding of private roads, since I live on one, we have an elaborate, in the deed is an elaborate road maintenance agreement, which holds everybody accountable. It also provides that any new houses need the approval. I think it's 75% of the existing homeowners to have another driveway come out on the private road. So when I looked at the RMA, and it wasn't even, I don't think I would call it an RMA, it was the minutes of some meeting from 10 years ago from the road maintenance group maintained by the people that live on this road. I didn't even see the name of the individual who's making this application, Mancini, Mr. Mancini.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna stumble around as a non-lawyer, I'm allowed to, but it seems to me we need to have something that tells us that there is a road maintenance agreement. Who's paying into it? And I would suspect that everybody but Mr. Mancini is going to want to have something to say about whatever you're doing here. And or does Mr. Mancini intend to spread the course of whatever's being done here to all the other people?
No.
I don't know.
They were gonna take it on.
All right, so something, if that's the case, I'd like to see something in writing from the applicant that says he's paying for everything. But then I want to know what our requirement is to the other road, the other residents of this road. Do we need to examine the road maintenance agreement? Question mark. I think the answer to that is yes. And if there is no road maintenance agreement, what do we do? Do we need the approval of these residents that have access in order for this work to ensue? Or for that matter, even allow the additional houses with their driveways coming out onto the private road that everybody else is maintaining, presumably. I did see that each person pays, I think it's $600 or $400 a year into the maintenance fund. So they are paying, other people on this road are paying for the existing road. Now you have 4 new people coming onto the road. I need a road maintenance agreement or something that, an agreement from these folks, that they're okay with these 4 extra driveways going onto this road. Am I way off in left field? Practicing law without a,
That's a really long question.
that's why I have you here.
Well, good question. Actually, first of all, where is the existing road? What?
It's pretty much the northern property line straddles it.
So is it coming from, I assume it's coming from the right, the northern
Yeah.
right, and
Yeah.
does it stop at that sort of jog to the left, or does it continue some distance to the left?
The existing road.
Continues to the north. Plan right. Oh, you're saying right there, that's the end. That's lands in Mohawk Preserve.
No,
Or-
I'm looking at your, let's see, oh, I see, that's not, your thing is, looks like it's going up to the west, so.
Yeah, yeah.
If you come in from, I guess, the northwestern end and you go south along that road, is that existing or not?
The roads exist.
And then when it makes a hard left, so it's going south, I guess. Is that existing?
I don't know what you're talking, I don't understand.
Okay, overall, it's nice to know what's existing, but the 2 points here is one, you talk in terms of road maintenance agreements, before you get there, it's helpful actually to talk in terms of easements. Who has what rights? In particular, does Matt's client have any right to access the road at all? There's all these houses, 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all new, right? New houses.
Yeah, there is a right of way, 25 feet from either property
I
line.
get it, but so it's not just
It
the
is
people who currently have houses there, your client also has some sort of access right
Yeah,
to, now, at the end of the day, what we need to see is a road maintenance agreement for these folks, which means they have to have an access easement and also an agreement to maintain it. But if we were playing lawyer for this whole project, we'd want to make sure that these people have the right to even do this, which is sort of where you were coming from, and that's either we can do that or Matt can do it if he knows how to read those documents, or his lawyer can do it. If somebody needs to make sure that they have the right to ask to intrude on this road, which they may or may not have. I don't know how the road was, I don't know how the subdivision occurred, how the road was developed or not.
So let me get, when you come to the point where you make the hard left. You see where the hard left?
by the pond.
near the pond, just
Okay.
above the pond. Right.
Okay, got it.
Right. That entire point from when you make the hard left, all the way down to the left going south, is that all existing or you don't know?
It's all existing,
It's all existing.
all the way beyond, lot 4.
Okay, so there are people accessing that road already.
Yeah,
Okay. So that
the
road-
last lot, Howard and Marilyn Smith, that has a home on it.
Okay, then you have Mohawk Preserve. Does it go into and through Mohawk Preserve or goes up to Mohawk Preserve?
I think it kind of stops right around there. Gravel road
Okay.
stops right around.
So,
Bottom line is, we need to see a proposed new agreement, and the likelihood is that these other folks are gonna have to sign it. So, yes, we need to know that they have the right to do it, otherwise we're kind of wasting our time, and then we need to see a new agreement that's functional, that shows that everybody's contributing.
does this gentleman have, the applicant have a lawyer?
Sure he does.
All right, so why don't you find out, let our lawyer talk to his lawyer, rather than me playing lawyer. What I'm questioning is, does he even have the right, without the permission of the other homeowners that use this road, this private road, does he even have the right to put new driveways on this road without the permission of one or 100% or 75% or 50% of the other homeowners? Question mark.
And the way what that would typically look like would have been that when the thing was subdivided in the beginning, including your client, they would all have gotten access rights. And they would all have been required to contribute to the maintenance of the road as long as a home was built on the property. And your client would have been exempted from that because there's no home on his property, which is to the east of this whole thing. The properties to the west would have all been contributing because they have homes on it.
Actually, Dave, there is an existing home in lot 1.
That one's existing.
Yes.
Okay, so then it's a question of how that would work too, but that's the way it typically would have been structured. In the original easement would have been that they all have access rights, but the only people paying are the ones with homes on it. And that way he would have been a theoretical participant without paying. And now he'd be essentially tapping into that under the same agreement. And we need to see that. And we need to also make sure that they were allowed to create 3 more lots as part of that agreement, and that's the new lots were then brought in. So it's several different levels, something like that, but that's. Rick gave a long question, that's actually a shorter answer.
Now, the other thing, I mean, aside from that, we should square that away before we go any further. Does he have the right? I assume he does, but we need to see it to make sure that.
Sure.
And then the other clear thing is at some point in time, we're gonna need a rather detailed study. You can do it, and we'll take a look at it. Of the environmental fragmentation that'll take place as a result of these 4 lots that are going in there. I'm assuming this is highly sensitive area. So I suggest you get somebody to do that study, and then we would have somebody come in and take a look at it. But what we're looking for is impact on wetlands. Because of the slope of some of these properties.
There's what, there's
You
what's
were
on
saying,
here already.
So which way is the water running? So impact on the runoff of the water, impact on the flora and the fauna. Identification of endangered species, whatever. So you're gonna need somebody who's able to do both a water study, a wetland study, species study. To tell us. And no impact, some impact, how are you gonna mitigate it? Relocate the houses, something. Because this is very sensitive property. Dave?
Well, so we got the new code.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna assume there's multiple provisions, Matt, but 2 may apply. So on lot 1, you can't have more than 20% of the lot area underwater or subject to periodic flooding under conditions of the 100-year flood. So you're gonna have to figure out if you got more than 20% there, even though there's an existing house.
Yeah,
You're creating a lot. Code says you can't create that lot if
what section is that?
it's 125-12A. You also can't have a lot where 20% or more of the area is slopes greater than 25%. So I don't know when you get towards the end there.
Yeah, these 2 lots are.
So you've got those 2 takeoffs you're gonna have to do to see that you're not bumping up.
Is it, I won't, is it 20%?
no more than 20% of a proposed lot area for any lot in any district can be made up of land which can, one, contain slopes of greater than 25%. Is included in designated wetland, or three, lies underwater or is subject to periodic flooding under conditions of the 100-year flood. Or four, lies in a town-wide CEA, which you don't have. So you're going, so you, I think the number, item A3, you're gonna have to look at the first lot one. And I don't, those, what are they, 3 and 4 maybe?
Or, yeah.
You're gonna have to look this slope, you're gonna have to look at 125.12A1. For the, if you've got too much slope exceeding 25%. That's brand, that's the new code,
That's the, yeah.
effective whatever, 2 months ago.
Yeah.
So when Dave does his write-up, I mean, you can wait on some of this stuff until Dave gets his write-up done, I would imagine another week or two. To look at all these things, look at the form and the issues, the legal issues that Dave Gordon mentioned. But some of what Dave Church may come up with in terms of the code might cause a complete redo of the number of houses you have here.
Just want to point out that it looks like more than half of lot 3 and maybe half of lot 4 is also in the core forest area.
Yes.
Is that,
It's a different provision, but yeah, it's not, there's no 20% exclusion in that case, but
okay. just
there's
wondering.
there's subdivision standards associated with that now.
You know,
More than 50% of lot 3, well more,
and Dave Church, should this also be submitted to Albany for the new wetlands,
Yeah.
vernal pools
you're
and all of
probably
that?
right.
It's. My understanding with the new
You
wetland,
need to get a letter of
you have to
determination.
submit, I believe it's electronic. To up in Albany to that website, because you do have you have federal wetlands, you have some state wetlands very close by. Plus you're in that flooding, that floodplain area where the bridge is.
A lot going on.
Not to add on
And
to it,
endangered, threatened and endangered species.
but that's what I would look at, the endangered species, because the eagle nest over there and falcons on the bridge and. So it might be worth some time to look and dig into that a little bit too.
Yeah.
Also, this is not necessarily legal, but down the road for the public hearing, Mohawk is going to have to get notice of that public hearing, so you may want to get their input into this earlier rather than later, because they're literally neighboring land and they may have some impressions on all of this, particularly the habitat issues.
Yeah, because it's very close to the undivided lot trail.
Well, it's also just adjacent to their property and
Yeah.
it includes substantial slope, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure what their thinking is, but I would want to get it.
That's more than a slope, that's a cliff over there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well, the total elevation on this is about 300 feet, right?
Yeah.
It's
400, 450, 442, 200. No, it's 440.
Was it 440 down to 200 feet?
Yeah. Okay,
Right,
go ahead.
sorry.
One more thing?
I'm so sorry. So I'm thinking about, I understand you have a lot to do before you get to the bridge, because you need to confirm, you can do this work, etc. With regard to the bridge, given that there are people already living on this road, you'll have to consider means and methods. Well, the designer will have to consider means and methods for how to keep the bridge in operation while, right? So it may be helpful to have like a construction phasing staging narrative that describes, this is how we're gonna do it. And I wouldn't go so far as to say you need a traffic plan, but how are they gonna ensure safety on like a weekend when you're redoing the decking and it's under construction, that kind of thing. And assuming that fire would care about that. But then also I feel like there's opportunities to talk a little bit about things you do, but also what you're not gonna do. So, maybe you have your construction staging outside the 100-foot buffer of the water course and the state here to know those kinds of things. And I think that would help answer a lot of our questions, be able to read something. And I don't think it has to be that long. Like it doesn't have to be a whole thing, but just to kind of walk through phase what's gonna happen, where it's gonna go.
It's a very tight road. And,
Yeah.
and I know when we've had incidents down there with the fire department, we end up having to pull into people's driveways to do basically anything.
Yeah.
It's very tight, so.
I've done bridge work out here, and sometimes you have to put in a crossing, so. But all this sort of leads to. You might have to revise and resubmit the EAF, I'm assuming, based on this, but I don't know if you have enough information to do that yet. It's like a checkbox, we just need to know. If it's.
You don't have to go to a full but just because of the habitat sensitivity.
And I don't think we have an EAF at all on file.
Yeah, there's
One
one
short.
There's a short one.
Okay.
There's enough going
from
on.
last July.
So what I-
Ask that.
You got a lot on your plate. You may want to wait to get it all together. When Dave does his write-up, I will send you a post-meeting letter. Trying to reflect all the things I heard to you today. I think the new town code with respect to having handled lots like this, it's gonna have the most impact on what you're gonna do here,
Yeah,
okay? Dave Church, anything? Anything else? Anybody from the
maybe
board?
we're starting to the building inspector, so we can. Do just make sure they're okay with the width and.
I will do that, yes.
And that doesn't. Include anything else that we talked about.
I'll do that, but you're a long way from.
I understand that,
No
illusions.
Okay. No, that's all on Ginger Road, Meadow Lakes. Good evening. Do we want to take a quick break?
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
How about we take a 10-minute break?
Oh, yes, Okay.
I don't know.
yeah, I don't either. I'm new. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
My understanding is he works with,
I guess it.
Russell Urban Beach.
I was after guy in there.
Oh, he's great.
It's great.
I'm gonna get a check on out.
Russell Urban Beach.
Yeah.
I was thinking with that, I've been over to Dallas. And I was away.
My driveway and then her. So every time. And you don't see whether, like, I live here, you never can drive wherever she's property. So they're trying to time it. When I get you.
Yeah, everybody.
You asked me to leave that way. They were all. Cold back. one of the lots.
So.
Because my view is.
It's my house. House is like a lot of the inside.
It seemed to be.
You're going out there.
Yeah, sure. As long as it does. Coming up with two related.
And then assessor, building department, building department, when they're so overwhelmed, like.
Yeah. I talked to her. She was somebody at which she. But the whole background.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like, well, I was just gonna tell her, I'm like, the numbers on all my letters. She called building permit numbers. Are you sure? Yeah. It's gotta be a better way. So, yes. I just got it yesterday. Also, my cell phone, I'm like, if I have to do it, I send it. Oh, I started, I don't know, it's all Samsung. I just looked it up. So that was like my last resort. Tell it. Yeah.
Very much the segmentation. Well, you regularly said what we offered to do was pull back on one or two of the other. The Voight Swift is one.
Yes, but there's so many.
Yeah, primarily on Voight. So.
Went on a physical study, when he was out, like. And I learned about here for the more.
I probably could have made that quicker.
Your other time is. Next week, yes. We're gonna have, well, figure Wednesday, Thursday.
So I'm seeing when he
come to a head.
back in.
Yes.
So does it?
I gotta do it sooner.
Yeah.
They could still.
I did one day.
Yeah.
It took time today. Anyway, I'm just saying. Next week.
You're gonna file your report?
Okay.
We're just gonna.
My emails.
No.
You can text me. Say house. House Thursday afternoon. Tuesday.
Pictures of.
Late at night. I'm not back, sorry. No, but I woke up. Right, like 75.
You don't wanna start
Oh, they asked all of us.
Yeah, I didn't have it.
Remember, like, staying alive.
I know, that's.
I'll stop by your.
Okay, can we come back together?
Give me 2 days. 2 days.
All right, the next project up is Meadow Lake. Hi there. Greetings, how are you? Good. All right, so Matt. My file is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, as is everybody else's. I don't know that I need to give an update on this one, except to say that there's a few important things we need to talk about tonight. First, Matt, I want you to update on various studies that are underway or will be underway. The hydro study for one. There's probably something else that you're working on. Landscape design is another one you can update us on. So why don't you update the board on those 2 items? I know Jennifer's been all over the hydrological study, probably has a lot of questions about that. And then we need to talk about this issue of the SWIP and how to handle the 11th lot. Whether the 11th lot should be part of the SWIP, not part of the subdivision, part of the SWIP or not. I know, Matt, you and Dave Church had extensive discussions about it and have a couple of recommendations. So I'm just rambling on here while you get your paperwork out.
Thank you.
Good job of covering. I have been known to be the show in the audience from time to time.
There.
So why don't you give us an update, and then let's talk business about that 11th lot and how we're gonna handle it. If you remember, board, the issue with it was segmentation is brought up at the last meeting, segmentation of the seeker. I'll leave it at that. So Matt, update us on the easy stuff first.
Easy stuff. Well, let's see, I mean, so you all got the letter from Russell Urban Mead, the hydrogeologist. Did you guys read through that? He's kind of preeminent hydrogeologist in the area, works on lots of these projects. And his, he kind of goes through all the detailed analysis, but he basically doesn't think there's gonna be an impact.
Well, he's got to do the study, but
Yeah, so, the way that he's interpreting it, I think the code says the project is, the well is 2,000 gallons per day, right? I think he's interpreting that as one well as opposed to all the wells added together.
the way the code is written, the 8 lots altogether exceeds whatever the code, that's why we sent you off to do a hydro study. It exceeds the minimum raw per day. When he did his calculation, he used 110 gallons per room. I think that's what it was, per bedroom, right? He came up with some number and he subtracted from that number. That number was already over the 2,000, so that met the gating factor for a hydrological study. Then he subtracted out recharge from the septic of about 80% of whatever the drawer was. So, and correct me where I'm wrong, Jennifer, you know this better than I do. So he came up with a number for the whole project of 600 gallons drawer net for the whole project. And what you're trying to say is therefore you don't have to do a hydrological study. Is that where you're going with it?
Well, his analysis of this site is it's not gonna be an impact. That's Russell Urban Mead's analysis. And that's basically what he's
So
doing here.
would-
is
He may
doesn't
have a
want
lot
to-
of he may have a lot of experience in doing these kind of studies, and he may be willing to say and put his license on the line to say, no impact because I've done these, I do these all day long. The issue is the code says something different in terms of having to do the study. The code doesn't net out the recharge, which I think is what he was trying to say in his study, that because of the recharge, we're below the 2,000 gallons a day. And we're
Well-
going 2,000 gallons a day around. Dave, is it 2,000 gallons a day? I think it is for residential. It's 1,000 for commercial, 2,000 for residential.
I guess. Is that for one well, or is that for all the well?
It's the total of all. Well, he's gonna
Is
do a
that
one well,
specified?
he's gonna do a one well study to prove that there's enough.
But
Water
the
is
draw
available.
for the entire project, you know, is that 2,000 gallons per well, or is that?
It
2,000
says
gallons for the entire
Each
project?
well is expected to withdraw just a few hundred gallons per day, for example, around 2,000 to 3,000 gallons daily for the proposed wells associated with.
That's from his study. How should I interpret that, Dave?
Which day, yeah.
You're,
Oh, okay. Well, I think he did a calculation. Based on he did calculations based on the yield of those soils, academically speaking. As well as the expected need for homes of this size. And then said he was going to do. You were proposing to do some testing.
Well, the health department
but-
mandates some.
Right,
So
right,
that's
so
what-
he
that's what we were-
basically states the health. If I'm overstating it, let me know, man. He's basically saying the health department protocol is adequate.
That's what he's saying, yes.
I think there's some discussion here gonna get right now about that.
Dave, what's the code section?
The code is, well, the code, I can get into at this point. I'll note the code for subdivisions. I do think you gotta do a little, somebody's gotta do a little more work. Because for subdivisions, there's that provision for the hydrological study that we're gonna talk about. I think Jennifer's got comments and questions associated with that. But also in 125-15, there's a new provision that where an application involves storm drainage improvements or construction within to or contiguous to the 100-year floodplain, 100% annual chance of floodplain, or within the floodplain development or aquifer protection overlay districts, which you are. The report shall include at a minimum a base map showing the drainage watershed, floodplain elevations, and drainage patterns. It shall also show the methodology and computations used to calculate stormwater runoff and recommended pipe sizes. So I assume most of that would come with your SWIP, right? But it's defined in the town code for better or worse as part of the hydrological study. So we're gonna have to, I'm not sure if that's Russell, because Russell's a groundwater person,
Yeah.
correct?
Correct.
So the new code has some surface water requirements as part of the hydrological study as well. Which I just listed.
Did we?
It's 125-12. 125-15, sorry, B 22. Which your office, my read is your office can do that or.
Yeah.
So Rick, I'd probably defer to Jennifer at this point on the.
Well, should I prepare some of my comments so I have a chance to? Want me to hold some of my comments until I have a chance to speak with Greg offline?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So I reviewed the submission from Russell Urban. It's fantastic. It's a great desktop analysis. My comments are that there's just a few for now, and I think that they'll ultimately end up rolling into more questions. But the main comment I have is that when you do the pump test, please have the driller record the cores, so you can get the soil types, you can get the rock types. That will tell us what you can get for recharge rates from your septic. Because if this is a deep rock well with a confining layer, you're not gonna be able to take the septic credit versus if it's a shallow well, and you can take the credit. So that would be really important. And most drillers don't do this, so that's why I'm asking for it. So I suggest that, and then your future submissions can use that information to actually report out on, what will happen with regard to water use from the pump test and then recharge rates. We'd also, it's sort of in here, but it's not as clearly articulated. This talks a little bit about the average hourly demand. But you could also include a discussion on the peak hour demands. And he talks about it when he talks about the pump test. But it's not, it'd be good to incorporate that as part of the discussion too. So, everyone's up first thing in the morning and they're all have their taps on at the same time because that would be. I'll leave it at that. Do you know when work is taking place? The pump test? You have it scheduled?
No, we don't have a schedule.
Okay, will you let us know? We'll give us a little. I'll leave it at that for now.
So, man, I want to understand which. Are you questioning the need for the study at all?
I mean, so I'm wondering if, yeah, I am. I'm wondering if it's per well specifically, one well is 2,000 gallons, or if it's several wells combined as part of one project over 2,000 gallons per day. I mean, that's my question.
I understand, yeah, I
Off the
understand.
bat.
Dave, is it one well? Is it all the wells, or it's not clear?
Not clear.
Well,
Greg, have you? I mean, simple path is. Step back, have Greg review it. With Jennifer's comments, see where we're at. And then the board could have Greg confer with Matt about next steps. Hydrological studies clearly something you can require and did. There may be elements that need to be added or embellished.
Well, I guess the question that Matt has for us is it all the wells together? And for all intents and purposes, it's a single project, and the water will be drawn out at different rates at different times of the day, so they could be all operating the same time, they could be operating at different times. So it seems to me that the cumulative effect of the 8 houses is the way to look at it. And the cumulative effect is certainly way over the 2,000 gallons per day. That's the way to look at it.
There's a DEC permit that is for a certain threshold similar to this, but it's for septic systems, but it's not for separate septic systems. It's for one septic system. If it's over 1,000 gallons per day, you're required Speedy's permit from the DEC, but if it's 3 different systems, 3 different houses, you're not.
So the only answer I can give you, I'm going to lean on our engineer to give you the engineer answer. The only answer I can give you is, it would seem that 8 wells is what we're talking about. It's in excess of what the code states, the 2,000 gallons. But let's skip over that for a minute. You're not suggesting that you would not be doing the testing we talked about to determine if the quality of the water is okay
No, we
With
we have
respect.
to do that. We have to do
Okay,
a pump test. We're just trying to figure out what's required as far, there's different levels of pump testing. But we're absolutely gonna do the quality testing. The health department requires both of these tests.
and that you're gonna do close to the area where we believe that there's some debris
Yeah,
that was buried 30,
Yeah,
40,
lot
50
three, lot
years ago.
three.
Okay, so that agreement hasn't, or that intent has not changed?
No.
Okay, so Greg, the issue, and it is one of the code, but, and the code says 2,000 gallons per day per house.
I think it's.
I'll let you look that up.
It reads as
I'm looking.
cumulative to me. Because it's 2,000 for residential, but 1,000 for commercial. That would make sense if it was an individual house, be 2,000.
multifamily, right?
Yeah.
That's what,
It also depends how far apart they are. If they're really far apart, then I'll put them on dry well in different areas.
So Greg, it
Any
sounds,
residential uses, including subdivisions. With projected on-site groundwater withdrawals and or on-site sewage disposal flows using over 2,000 gallons per day. Or more during a single 30-day period.
Where are you reading from?
It's the zoning in the aquifer protection overlay zone. So requiring a hydrogeological study. Shall be required.
so it's in the 140 section?
It's in what,
What,
yes,
141?
correct, 140, new section. 140-5.1. The amended aquifer protection overlay district.
All right,
So the hydrogeological studies required. The question is, how do you come to that number, right?
that's, yeah,
let me get to it. Greg, do you have any experience around this?
Yes.
Talk.
Oh, as far as doing hydrogeologic studies?
No,
with-
with the language including, is it, the subdivision is projected on-site groundwater withdrawals of 2,000 gallons per day over a single 30-day period. That would be the cumulative
That's how I would read that. The cumulative of the
of the
subdivision,
subdivision built out.
correct. Because it's referring to the subdivision, it's not referring to
Yeah,
a single family.
any resident, if you're reading 3A, that subparagraph.
3A, correct.
Any residential uses, including subdivisions with projected on-site groundwater withdrawals and or on-site sewage disposal flows using over 2,000 gallons per day. References to residential uses and subdivisions, it's not to individual, well, it's not the individual wells. And there's different reasons, I mean, the reason to do an individual well would be to protect a particular well from being overdrawn. The reason to look at the whole subdivision, regardless of the number of wells, is to protect the aquifer from being overdrawn. They're just, it's different concepts, but the one, I mean, the language here appears to be the entire subdivision, and there's clearly a environmental interest that would back up that language, because it could have been either one of those interests, either make sure a well doesn't go dry or make sure that the subdivision isn't taking out too much groundwater in the aquifer protection zone. So since there is an apparent environmental interest there, and since the language very much appears to focus on subdivisions as a whole, residential uses and subdivisions, I think unless Russell's got a really strong reason otherwise, which I'd love to see, just plain language in the fact that there's a protectable interest there indicates that it's the whole subdivision.
Okay,
So then you'd have to, which Russell acknowledged, then the only description of what a hydrogeological study is in the definition in the zoning, which Russell quoted, right? In his report, as I recall.
Yep.
So it's a study of subsurface hydrologic and geologic conditions, data collected about the type and thickness of geologic materials, which he did, the currents of groundwater, how it flows in pore spaces and or fractures, the quality of the groundwater, which I'm not sure he did address, but I
well,
only
that's,
quickly,
it will be
and
addressed.
what can be expected at wells.
But again, you talk about the drawdown on the aquifer, and that's what that points to.
Well, yes, well, it has to answer those factual information. The methods are up to someone like Russell.
Okay, so
So we know we're waiting for quality information, right?
Yeah,
The question is.
so we
what-
need to present.
The question is, has he done enough on quantity?
Right, is the state standard, would that be sufficient?
no,
Are you doing the PVC permit? Isn't that like 100,000 gallons a day?
No,
That's
the
the
state
word.
health department.
Okay.
no, it's not sufficient. Dave just read the definition of a hydrological study. What the purpose of
Hydrogeological.
hydrogeological study?
It's confusing. Because there's a hydrogeological study, which has now been required. There's also a hydrological study that's a requirement of subdivisions.
This says a hydrogeological study shall be required, and mitigation, including reduction in intensity or denial of use as necessary, shall be made to protect the water supply within the aquifer protection zone. So we're asking for a hydrogeological study. Then you just read what a hydrogeological study is in the
Correct.
definition.
Correct.
That definition talks about quantity of water. It talks about presenting what the types of soil are at every level that Jennifer talked about. So I think we've established in about 20 minutes that you have to do the study and you have to do it in the fashion that's defined by the definition of hydrogeological study,
Also,
which appears to be what he's planning on doing.
Well, if I interpret this correctly. Russell's making the case that he's done the quantity study. You still need to do the quality part of it, right?
No, he hasn't done the
Proposing-
quantity.
Well,
He didn't drill-
I'm saying what Russell's claiming.
Well, we're
Russell's
telling-
claiming this is adequate on
Okay.
quantity. We still need quality water.
He's still proposing a pump test.
Right, understood,
5 gallon per minute.
Right.
Yeah.
So that.
which is the
that's-
health department protocol.
Yeah, so is that,
He wants to test, but that's the protocol, it's the same
Well-
one that Government Health is asking for.
I'm stepping into an area that would suggest I have a degree in engineering and I don't. So we have somebody who has a degree in engineering and we have somebody who works with this all day long. Is what Russell wrote as to what he believes he has to do, is it correct or not? Or do you still need to get together with Russell or with Matt to work this all out and come to an agreement?
I think we still need to get together, because I need to look at that a little closer, what Russell's proposing to do. And whether or not that addresses the intent of the new code.
Well, as I read,
Because a 5 gallon pump test, to me, doesn't really,
doesn't do it.
4 hours.
that doesn't, to me, address a concern of 1,000 gallon per day.
Or 2,000.
Or 2,000 gallon per day demand on the aquifer. I don't know how you're gonna,
I'm more concerned about the fact that it's one well.
well,
The one
That
test.
it's
yeah.
it's just one.
correct. And if one well at 5 gallons a minute for 4 hours is not going to assess the capability of, or the impact to the aquifer. Now, it may be able to be extrapolated, but I don't know, that's a pretty big extrapolation. Right.
So he presents some evidence that would suggest that one well per 10 houses is sufficient to do the kind of test that I thought was going to be done. One which proves that there's 2,000 gallons a day. This whole issue of netting out the recharge depends upon the type of soil you have there. You mentioned
The
that.
rock.
What kind of rock, what kind of soil? So unless you actually know then you don't know how long, it may never.
When you get that, you only know what's there. You
Right.
don't know what's over there.
A-
It could be
A
totally. different
borehole
over
is
there.
only as good as a borehole.
It's really-
But we're not gonna drill 8, we're not gonna drill 8 holes, that's for
No.
sure. And we're not gonna drill 7, 6, 5. I mean, one seems reasonable for one or. If you assume, depending on what the geology is and he makes the case that the water is moving in that direction from the higher ground, so it should be water rich. The soils are the type that would be water rich. Okay. But it's up to you guys to talk to Russell
Yes.
and Matt and come to an agreement. I'm just assuming that this business of netting out yeah, okay, if the soils suggest that there is a netting out, that it happens not over 100 years, it happens within a couple of days or weeks, that what's coming from the septic is recharging the aquifer or not.
Possibly, it depends how deep the wells are and I don't know.
Right, Greg, you're looking at me quizzically, is,
Well, and that's because I can't remember the number, but, a septic system is not assumed to be a 100% recharge,
he used 80%,
80%, okay,
he used 80, not 100.
yep,
I
okay.
didn't say that.
And I think that is the number, that's what I was trying to.
Okay.
remember. But,
See, I'm learning. All right, so this particular item that I thought would take 5 minutes. You need to get together with Russell and Jennifer and Greg. And get back to this board. What are we doing? Okay, and whatever they say, whatever they come to an agreement as, it's fine. But I think we settled the whole notion of the 2,000 gallons a day is for the whole project, not per house. All right. And then you're still going to, you just have to test the quality of the water. That's a given.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's deal with an easier subject. How about landscaping? Which was something that we've skirted. Are you doing it? Will we see something at
Yeah,
some
it's
point
on,
that we
it's on
can?
the plan.
The trees on it. Right, so just one more thing about the water.
Go ahead.
I said, I think that, the other thing about the water is we have to pay attention to the history, anecdotal and otherwise, that we know about this property, which was that they did dam it up for a reason. Back in the day for water shortage from the camps. So it's not science, but it is, we've heard that from several different people.
Meaning implications that they didn't feel they had enough for ongoing use.
I mean, there's two wells that are on the property that are drawing from surface water for sure, so.
Yeah, the shallow wells that
Yeah,
are there.
that's not necessarily indicative.
We also have the well.
They had a camp up there, it was just a summer camp. Presumably there were hundreds of
Yeah.
kids there,
Seasonal use,
seasonal use.
but they still had issues with water. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't, Matt, have you looked at the soils maps? Because if I'm remembering correctly, across the creek at the Metro recycling line, which is technically a sand and gravel mine, the formation there is very lithified, so they were crushing. So I don't know if you will encounter those materials across the creek. Just mentioning.
Yeah, no, as soon as the ground's not covered in snow and frost.
Matt, which map set it is the landscape?
It's on S3, I think. Right?
Well, it's on the first one, but that's more detailed.
S3, okay. All right, Greg, would you so talk to me about the what you're doing with the landscape plan.
Sorry?
Talk to me about the landscape plan.
Yeah, and basically, needless to say, it's not gonna be only landscaping on the property, but as a kind of a starting point. We started with trees along the private roads. And some shrubs around the common area. As kind of a starting point. Obviously, at this point, we're not saying where the flower bed is gonna go yet. But,
All right, do you want some recommendations on things to use?
Sure.
All right, I'll work on that for you.
Absolutely, that's right, thank you.
Okay, let's skip to the next easy thing, which was on your list, Matt. What else did you have to talk about?
What else was on there? That's it. The artesian well, we're gonna deal with that. from the health department process, figure out what those. The segment, I mean, the segmentation, I think.
All right, let's get into that. The segmentation. They, the last meeting you mentioned that because of that extra lot, which they had indicated they were gonna be developing, that we're running into the issue of seeker segmentation with that 11th lot. And either Matt or Dave, you want to tell the board the options you came up with to get around that,
Well,
deal with it?
the chairman's request, I met with Matt. Same ownership for an 11th lot. It's an existing lot. With existing legal access, correct, Matt?
Yeah.
That's immediately contiguous to the northwest. Is that an adequate description? The question is it, should this board consider it part of the project? Because your intention is to put a house on it, right? Fairly
That's
promptly,
right, yeah.
fairly promptly.
Within a couple of years.
Yeah. So, the applicant's been open and direct about the fact that they indeed own that property, that they intend to build on it. And this board needs to resolve whether you consider it part of this application for two functions, the SWIP and seeker. I'm gonna leave the seeker question to Mr. Gordon. The SWIP, Matt, you wanna explain? The SWIP the reality is there are thresholds for level of disturbance. If it's up to an acre, the acre triggers a certain filing. 5 acres triggers a more substantial filing with the New York State DEC. In full admittance, your client has said that if the 11th lot's included, it probably will exceed the 5 acres, right?
Well, that's
Unknown at this point?
unknown at this point, and that's
Okay.
not gonna be known until I can design the septic system.
Right, so we're at the point where the board's asked for a SWIP. This project's held up in part on getting that.
Yeah.
We need to reconcile, in talking to Rick and Dave Gordon. The sense is at a minimum, based on the options we talked about, Matt, that in your SWIP calculations, you've got to include this additional lot. What does that trigger? I'm gonna defer to the chairman and Dave Gordon. But you need to do your calculations to take what would happen on that lot into consideration at a minimum.
Yep.
Okay. Now they had offered, if I describe this correctly, you had offered to delay development of another lot if necessary.
Yeah, I know that.
As one option to stay below, if indeed you hit the 5 acre threshold, that you would hold back a lot.
I know for a fact, regardless of anything, we're not gonna build on, there's one lot we're not gonna build on for at least 5 years.
Okay, so
And the,
so then we'd have to talk about how that's conditioned. Otherwise you have to academically evaluate it as part of the SWIP, but I'll defer to council on if you agree one lot isn't gonna be built for X number of years. Could we do that in such a way that would reduce the calculation you have to do on a SWIP?
Reduce the area of disturbance.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer with respect to the SWIP. I need to figure it out or talk to an engineer that does it. I can speak more on seeker. But yeah, I'm not sure how it would work out in the SWIP. But you know, because you're getting below the 5 acres.
Greg, you want Greg looks.
Well,
like
it's one of the. Regards to the SWIP. If someone develops a property and has no intent at all to develop another portion. And then 5-10 years later, they decide they're gonna do that. It hasn't really been the practice of the DEC to say, oh, you gotta go back and look at that.
Greg, that's
Because
somewhere
now
they're
you're
at.
triggered.
They're-
Knowing, I don't think you can do it.
Yeah, and so the question is, the real question for a SWIP is, if you have a project which isn't a plan, but it's in, let's say, 2 phases. phase now and a phase later, which we can.
You have to consider both phases
In the SWIP.
in the SWIP.
That's the answer to the phases we discussed. 'Cause that's really where you're at, is that you're gonna develop all these lots, but maybe a few years in the future, but what we're calling the 11th lot and one in subdivision. But if the SWIP is that, you gotta look at it, but now on seeker, it's a little bit different. The first question is there a plan? And it sounds like there's a plan, which means that it is gonna have to be a seeker thing, but then you get to another level. Seeker does allow for segmentation in, let's say, a phased project, but there are certain, you have to justify it, and that's why are we segmenting? Is it, sometimes you segment because we haven't designed, for instance, if the main issue was runoff, and if you haven't designed the runoff, that you say, we just haven't designed it, or it's going to a different place. And one of the questions I have here is that 10th lot, 11th lot, is that draining in a different direction, or is it draining in the same direction as the subdivision?
They're all draining, I mean, everything's draining to the west.
Okay, so
To the lake.
the lake.
No, I mean, that's.
The
gonna
11th
drain-
lot would drain straight to the creek,
To the creek.
To the-
Yeah.
Okay.
or the,
In other words,
or the groundwater associated with the creek.
Yeah,
bouncing it over to you, that if it's the same seeker action because of the plan, is there some justification for segmentation? Because we can segment it if there's a reason for it. And the reason could be, it's a different project here's an example. I'm involved in a project now where I'm representing a town that's looking to buy a parcel of property, and in order to pass the resolution to buy it, we've got to do seeker on it, but that resolution is also going to include an authorization to do a phase 1 review of the site for possible contamination, and then we'll do a subsequent environmental review. So we got to sign the contract now, so we're going to do a seeker review now, but we're not going to know the extent of the contamination issues until we do that investigation under the contract. And then we'll do a second one. So we're gonna justify the segmentation that way. There's no other way, there's no other way to do it. It has to be done that way. So there are certain ways you can justify segmentation. And, we can have a further conversation on that, but if there's a plan, it's gonna come under one seeker review, and then we can talk about whether or not segmentation is justified. But if you're gonna be all draining in the same direction, the traffic is going in a different direction, right? So I guess
It's a different access.
different access. So if one of the justifications could be all of the environmental issues are segregated, then that could be seen as a justification. But unfortunately, if the flow is all going to the west and all going ultimately the same stream and lake, you're not gonna be able to get away with that. So it sounds like, I'm certainly willing to listen to a segmentation justification. We can put it on paper and talk about it, but that's where you'd be. So take a look at the DEC regulation, and if there's any guidance, like in the what's it called, the handbook on segmentation, see if this falls within any of the DEC categories for segmentation. That is a thing. It's discouraged, but if it works, it works. That's where we'd be at on secret.
But that's, should I say and or but, that's different from. It's not the case with SWIP, with the SWIP.
And then, but,
Well, so then-
Greg laid it out. He said, from the engineer's perspective, doesn't matter the time frame. If it's gonna be additive, i.e. in the same drainage, it's gotta be in the same SWIP, and I think the secret logic is pretty similar. You wouldn't be able to say this is a completely separate environmental thing. If the subdivision was going this way and that 11th lot was going that way, from a secret perspective, I'd certainly be willing to do a segmentation argument. I'm not sure how Greg would feel about that, but if they're going the same way, you're gonna have a tough time under seeker in terms of that issue, and expects the same. We'll know from.
So
So if you look at lot 1, it's above the lot 11, right? So it seems like there's some relationship between those two, because this is higher than lot 11. And then the fact that the access road actually borders
Here's the
these
street.
lots.
This is the
Yeah,
street.
there's the street.
So
So this is higher, this is low.
all going this way.
Yeah, and then this access road actually butts the common lot and also. So there's an impact there as well.
Yeah.
So
It's gonna be tough, so.
I'm just saying, it's hard to see a separation.
But for clarity, it's not It doesn't become an 11 lot subdivision.
Okay,
No, from a subdivision.
Because it's not, because the lot exists.
Yeah,
It's a couple project for seeker purposes.
correct,
For environmental review purposes and for the SWIP
that's correct.
is what the
Yeah,
internal,
the subdivision is
what the
like,
internal agreement seems to be at this point between Greg, the two Davids and Rick.
for secret.
But it's not an 11 lots. It doesn't suddenly become an 11 lot subdivision.
No,
so let's just summarize this. It's for SWIP purposes, you have to include it. Subdivision. There's mental hill of beans. The seeker, it's an 11th lot, okay,
for seeker, I'd want to see an argument for segmentation.
unless he just says, you know what, we'll include it. Well, okay, fine.
Or just
You
include
have
it
an
in the.
argument. And then for the HOA, it doesn't
then
make
the
any.
EAF, do a fuller
For
analysis.
the HOA, Matt, for the HOA, I think before our attorney told us, it doesn't make a bit of difference if you include it in the HOA. Fine. Has nothing to do with it, so you've got, I think we've resolved that,
Question,
okay? Question?
is that access to what would be the 11th lot, is that a part of Los Bomberos, the fireman's camp? Is it a right of way or is that part of it?
It's legally part of the lot.
It's legally part of the lot?
Flag lot.
Okay,
It's, okay, so it's an existing flag lot.
okay,
Where Peter may be going with that, there's a prohibition for the flag. Not the flag, but the pole portion of a flag lot can't be over 500 feet, but that's if you're creating it. This is already existing, so whatever the length is, so it's quote unquote grandfathered, but it is a flag lot. Okay, so you're okay there. And if you develop that separately, you know, you have to go to the building department and it may not be wide enough. I don't know what the width of that driveway is, but it's outside. How you develop it is outside of, I think what we're saying, it's outside of what we're doing with the rest of the property. It's just the SWIP needs to be done together. Okay,
So Matt, it's still to be determined if it hits the 5 acre threshold.
It is, yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm optimistic that the size of the septic system shown on here are gonna shrink because of the quality of the soil, so. Yeah, it's to be determined, it's definitely not known right now.
all right. So two major things we did tonight. One, you will need to get your heads together on a hydrogeological study. Matt, I'll let you set that up. All right, with Jennifer, you guys swap contact information and let's get that resolved. We decided what has to happen with the SWIP. What has to happen in terms of segmentation, if you can make an argument, Dave will review that. I'll give you some suggestions on the landscaping, that should be really easy. I'll get you those. And I don't think there's anything else major that we had on the list.
No, do you feel comfortable setting a public hearing at this point?
No. No, let's not get ourselves in the same spot we were with Janford with the SWIP. Let's get that out of the way. Before the public hearing. Plus, we're still within the 30-day period of lead agency, circulating for lead agency. That was done on the 27th of January. So we still have some time to wait for that, 30 days to wait for that.
Was it
no.
gonna be uncoordinated? I thought I saw.
No, your attorney was urging us to do the lead agency. So we listened to another attorney and we did the lead agency. We circulated the lead agency.
Talked about it.
So we did that. No, I'm not,
And then, do you guys ever approve SWIPs as conditions of approval?
we've never done it here.
Matt,
It's just too complicated a study, I think. And I know that they really come up with, the ones that I've seen that are real problematic are the ones that include retention, bioremediation,
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff. This doesn't do that, but let's just get it out of the way. I love seeing you guys every month or twice a month. And I would love to have the public hearing just as soon as possible. But we need to make sure that all the i's are dotted and the t's are crossed. There's gonna be issues around that material that's buried there. I think we've come to an agreement as to how to deal with that in terms of water quality. Mainly you have to test for it. As far as digging it out, we're not doing that. All the experts around the tables leave it there. But then there's the issue of the water. The availability of water.
Right.
So no, let's just
Okay.
wait, you know.
Alright.
I hope we can get to public hearing by early April. Which isn't that far off. But it really depends upon how quickly we can move on all these other things.
Matt,
Okay.
I just downloaded the DEC secret handbook. Check out pages 53 to 54, the question segmentations, the criteria. You know, again, we'll take a look at any argument, then ultimately it'll be the board's decision as to how they feel about the situation. It may just be the simplest thing to just dump it all in, but if there really are, if one argument might be if you're doing the runoff issue is being combined because you're gonna be doing that in the SWIP, and if everything else is completely separate, if the driveway's going the other direction, et cetera, you can make your argument, you see the criteria there, ultimately it'll be up to the board. It may just be worth it to you to dump, just do the whole thing together, but the argument is there in front of you if you want, the criteria are there if you want to make it.
Okay, thank you.
What else you got for me?
That's it.
Okay.
Enough.
Now, Rick, did you ask about the dam or that?
Oh, there is one. Talk to me.
So on the dam itself, if it's a DEC regulated dam, there should be annual dam certification done by the owner of the dam. And so that's what I was wondering is that done or?
Certification.
Yes, so depending upon the hazard class of the dam. That it needs to
Yeah,
be
low
regulated.
hazard.
Low hazard.
It is a low hazard dam.
It's an earthen dam, right?
Right,
Yeah,
Low
yeah, we
hazard.
walked
Low
over it.
hazard.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So do we need a certification?
I'd have to check and see, because it may be, because there's I thought it was A, B, and C, class A, B,
I
and C.
foiled the DEC and I didn't.
They didn't have
I
anything.
didn't have anything like that.
Okay, so maybe that's, because I know that for, and it may only be for, medium and high hazard
I
dams
think it is.
that you have to have the dam certification. No.
Will you
Okay.
check that?
The low hazard dam?
If you don't, and send it to me and to Matt. It doesn't sound like you have to worry about it.
Good, better.
Okay, any other? None. Okay, good.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
information.
All right, for the people that are patiently waiting for Verizon, we have one more project to go through. At Courts, Social.
Okay.
I have.
Yeah.
And you're here with your engineer, right? Ms. McCor?
Yes.
Hi, everyone.
Give me a second here.
Back.
You didn't like what you sent before? No.
Really, we're back though.
Just looking for the file, here it is. All right, so you got a really long letter from us the last time as to things that needed to be done. And so why don't we try to cover as many of those as possible, as either done or still underway.
Great.
We have some time. Board, if you remember, there was a long post meeting letter that went out. Dated January 18th, I think it was 16th or 18th. Thank you, 17th. I was close. There it is. So Michelle, why don't you update us on this?
What I have in front of me is Greg's feedback. I don't have that exact letter.
Well, that's all right. Why don't I just pepper you? Let me go through the list. I know the things that are done, so I'll comment on that, and then you can tell me what else we're working on. We're not sending it to Ulster County Planning Board until we get everything in. We still have quite a bit to get in, so. we said we're not gonna circulate the lead agency on this. Is that correct, Dave? I think that was what we said in the last meeting.
Well, you've got New York State DOT, right? You're gonna,
Yeah, well, DOT is now, we have some email correspondence back from them. They had a small list of items and we emailed back, revisions on that. We're waiting for hear back from them.
so they would be the other involved party, and
So for that reason, do we need to circulate?
Well,
Only one?
we could do, well, the answer is, if you're gonna do a coordinated review, the answer is yes. If you're gonna do uncoordinated review, the answer is no.
So it's a type 1.
Oh, it's type 1?
Yeah.
Then we're doing a coordinated review and circulate.
Okay, then Dave, we gotta circulate.
you gotta send it at least to New York State DOT.
Okay,
Is this type 1?
it's in the code.
Okay.
Hang on a second. So Dave, you need to help me with that this week, the circulation. So we'll circulate, we'll take care of that. We have a lighting and landscaping plan. Our consultant, Greg Bolden, had a lot of comments about that, so I think all the comments were spot on. The only one that I think we could give a little on was in your parking, every 12 spots, you have to have a median bisected with some trees. I think if the trees were along the edges instead.
Yeah.
All right, so come back to us after Greg sent his letter. You have it. Come back and tell us what you're gonna do.
Sure.
All right, and then this board will take a look at that. All right. The lighting, I think the lighting, Greg, was fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're good with lighting.
You have one question on the
Yeah.
landscaping comment. I thought maybe it was a typo, but then I made sure I double checked the zoning on it. It's asking for a minimum of 6-inch caliber tree. It's a rather large.
Asking
It's
for
asking
what?
for a 6-inch caliber tree.
For shade trees, it asks for 6-inch caliber trees, 12 foot high.
And so like a 12
Which
foot
is-
tall, it would typically be a 2.5 to 3-inch caliber tree, not a
6-inch,
6-inch. You're talking about 30.
that is
That's quite
larger than
large.
what I've seen.
Yeah, that is quite large.
So 6 caliber at 4-foot breast height.
That's what the definition is.
tree. A big tree. At DBH.
It's 6 inches. That's.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's like that. No,
I'm just saying, if that's, I checked the zoning, that's what it says.
That-
So
I think,
it's,
so you need to ask for a waiver of that.
okay,
3 inches is good.
that's what I wanted to make sure. Because it's special equipment to do something.
You can't handle 6 inches of
Uh,
caliber tree.
I've seen other people do it with a spade, but.
It's a lot.
First thing about it.
That's good.
there was a little bit of a difference in a different section of the code, because it references a shade tree. And then in a different section of the code, it references 4-inch caliber for a deciduous tree. I wasn't sure.
So we need a
But-
a
a waiver,
request for a waiver for that, okay? Number, sediment control, sediment control you had, so that was fine. Greg, you looked at that, the sediment control sheet. Sediment control and construction.
Well, there would need to be a SWIP on this
Okay,
for,
Which we fully intend to prepare, but it's pretty labor intensive, so we just wanted to get the board's feedback on the layout.
You still have to talk about parking.
And once we nail down the layout, we absolutely want.
right, and that's why I didn't spend much time looking at what was presented on, because you provided basically a basic sediment erosion control plan.
Yep.
The SWIP's gonna need more. So.
okay, well,
I
that was the
didn't-
next thing. The SWIP. My understanding is you want us to give you some sort of preliminary sketch plan. Site plan sketch. Preliminary plan approval. That we're pretty much okay with what you've done so far, so you can proceed with the SWIP.
Okay, so that's.
Yeah. We just want to nail down the, whatever our cover is, that we can account for that as well. Because like,
Okay.
if we're gonna talk about more parking spaces, that's very important.
Okay, so let's keep going then, because I think parking is still something we need to talk about. He gave us the long. We've asked for that. He gave us the long form, secret long form. And that brings us to the parking.
I think you asked me to look at that.
So Dave, you were going to do something on parking.
Right, so they submitted a traffic study, which Greg can talk more about. On the parking component, the chairman asked me to look, it's they ran the calculation using the code as well as state industry standards. They're actually, parking's proposed to exceed what's required by any of those calculations. By I think 4 or 5 spaces, right?
We tried.
By industry standards.
Industry standard as well as the town code. Town code requires 1 per 50 square feet. And which gets you to 40 something, I think.
45,
And there you're doing
now
50,
55.
55.
And then the only thing though that I brought up today and I didn't is, or there was some correspondence back and forth. Is the downstairs referred to seasonal seating?
That's just a relocation of the deck seating when the deck is snowed in. And so it's not gonna be used any other
Okay, so I think,
So downstairs, not basement,
basement.
downstairs meaning the first floor,
no,
No, there's,
The basement.
It's a
The
walkout basement.
or the water, I'm sorry. I call it the first floor, but okay,
I think we covered this. This is just simply to maintain the same number of seats that we have on the deck outside in the dead of winter.
so I think planning board would have to acknowledge that or somehow. Because otherwise that would be part of the area that would. be
right, well,
required
you
to
could
consider
do a
parking.
condition, I guess, right? Decision condition,
Well, that, I'm not
Okay.
sure exactly how it would be handled. but-
yeah,
The deck was included in the square footage.
Yes.
Yes.
and parking space size.
Correct, we submitted a request.
They were submitted a request for a waiver.
so they wanted to go from,
To be considered. You want to go down to what size?
Only the 7 parking spaces up by 209 were being requested to go to 8 by 18.
But most of them are 9 by 18.
Yeah.
and you wanted a gimme on the,
1 parking aisle.
right, but you also wanted it for small cars, right? Didn't you want to?
Yeah.
There were just 7.
Seven
Oh, is that the
spaces.
seven
they
that
wanted.
you're
Yeah, 7
They
out
were
of
reduced to
55.
7 spaces.
Okay, so this board would have to vote on that. So 7 spaces to be lowered to 9 by 18,
They're 8 by
8
18.
by 18.
And then the rest, so 48 are 9 by 18.
And our code provides for
9 by 8.
9 by 18.
So you actually have what's required by code for the regular size, and the undersized ones are the parking spaces that are above the allowed code allowance.
Right.
It's a way to look at it. Sure.
Yeah.
They're compact car kind of thing.
Okay, so somebody want to make a motion to accept their request for a waiver? Dave Roberts on the request for parking space waiver, parking space size. So we have a motion by Dave, second by Helena. And I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any objecting? Okay, so we have
Spaces that we're voting on, 7 spaces.
seven, the 7
Seven.
spaces to go down to 8 by 18 from 9 by 18. Okay, so all in favor, so it's 6 in favor. All right, Dave, anything else on that?
Now, you had an aisle request too, right?
Just to remove the landscaping within the aisle to maximize the parking spots, but we have every intention of putting nice landscaping. We want this to be a beautiful property. So it's not indicated here on the plan simply because I didn't get it communicated to you properly. But we'll add some nice landscaping along the front of the parking spots.
Which we still need to see.
Yeah.
on the
yeah,
map. Okay,
The trees
So-
aren't on it.
Hold that one.
no, I'll make a motion to ask the board for the waiver for the island landscaping, but you're gonna do something, okay. So I'll make that motion.
This is the, where the, on the plan here on, where the 2 honey locusts are, is that where?
Yeah, the 2 honey locusts are proposed
They're we're number 15 between those two lots there, honey looks proposed in the aisles there, yeah.
Okay.
But it's worth 25, the row of 25, would technically need a landscaping aisle, is what the code says. In all those. I think putting trees.
So there's a motion,
For the island proposal.
anybody wanna second it?
Second.
Jennifer?
Yeah.
Second it, all in favor?
Who's the first, who was the first? I'm sorry.
The motion was to give them a waiver with the trees in the aisle parking. Motion was made by me, second by Jennifer,
Thank you.
all in favor?
Hi.
Carry on. Dave, did you have anything else?
Well, you've got the pile. The
The one, the
soil issue.
So I spoke to the gentleman at the Orange County Department of Health today. And he, I don't know if you're County Department of Health. And he
Oh, wait, you did.
basically, confirmed what the applicants clearly said, is that in order for them to proceed with the application for the designs of the septic system, they need to bring in the soil, have that soil sit through a freeze-thaw cycle, and then test the soils for adequacy of for leaching for the subsurface disposal system. So if they're not allowed to do that during the approval process, then once they get their approvals, then they'll have to go to the health department and start the process.
However, it'll be summer then.
Well, so it,
I have a question. Is it stockpiled or is it in place?
it would be in place at the elevation that they intend to have for final
Okay,
elevation.
so it's not a stockpile as depicted here. It would be laid out basically like the septic.
Correct.
Okay, so
Correct.
then this.
Well, they showed it to be a higher elevation in that corner, but I think it's
Yeah,
just
this
one
is where
foot
the
contour.
reserve, this is where the reserve is proposed.
Correct.
And here is where the actual septic, so if they're bringing in the soil, should it not be in the area?
They're bringing in soil in all of this area.
Okay,
Using yours.
okay,
I think those are only 1 foot contours.
The 2 foot
They're
contours.
2 foot contours, but
Okay.
they're bringing in soil.
If you
spreading it.
approximately 4 feet.
okay.
deep. So if you look at the proposed contours, they're roughly 4 feet above the existing.
So you're bringing in soil that's certified,
Yeah, it's certified septic soil. I mean, there's always a little bit of risk and that's why you have to test it. You have to get it in place, you have to test it.
so when you did, I'm okay with it, I know we had a long discussion about it last week, do you do it now, do you do it later? I'm okay with doing it now, it's logical.
It makes.
Does anybody have an objection to that?
No, I did, but I see now that we have a plan. My concern was how they were gonna truck 127 tractor trailers into the back of that property. And with the plan provided, they do have a proposed stabilized construction entrance. So,
You're okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
My only question is what happens if it's unsuitable soil?
remove.
That's it.
Constant problem.
Yeah.
Get your scraper.
Do you have any obligation to make sure it's remediated?
So I can tell you in smaller residential sites where we've had, just this spring, we've had sites that they brought in the soil, they let it sit over, and it wasn't working. And so they had to bring in clean gravel basically, and then amend it and mix it together, and then go back out and test it again.
So they didn't have to take remediate it all offsite?
They didn't have to do all of it offsite, yes, but they had to add material, to amend it.
Well, shouldn't they do a SID analysis before they purchase the material? Because in that case,
It's just
I
not,
mean, the civil analysis is
been
only
done.
as good as the 5 gallon bucket.
So it's been done, we're buying the best soil we can find, but health department of health requires it happens on site.
All right,
Got it.
so the question of, do we have a responsibility to ensure that it's remediated? I think the responsibility is gonna be theirs, and the
Yes.
monetary responsibility, if you wanna get the restaurant up and running, you gotta do something. So
And should we have an obligation to make sure it's stabilized or that, I mean,
stabilized in terms of that, the stabilization mechanics are up there so that,
yeah, I
We have-
mean, what are?
so the proposal was to put silt fence basically along the whole way around the property
You
line.
can't, you're not gonna, they're not gonna, are you going towards revegetation?
No, I guess I'm just saying that this is not pursuant to the site plan, right? This is separate from that, we're approving it. Would it make sense to maybe have them submit a letter that just states what they're gonna do, how they're gonna stabilize the soil, just so we have something that we can point to that we approved? So they can do it right away, so we know what the plan is, we're gonna put some silt fence, okay?
Did they
Yeah.
put their request in writing or no?
well, we have the plan to,
Right, we have the plan, but I don't, I know we discussed it in the
so what do
meeting.
we
I
need?
think, well, I agree
I
with
was
what
thinking
Jennifer is
so.
saying. We should probably have follow response, a letter requesting, stating what they're going to do, reference the plan, then we can write back and say approved or,
Great, looks great.
right?
Okay, let's do
Does
that.
that make sense to
Yeah.
everyone?
Yeah. Is that kind of something that can happen
I'm fine
in
voting.
Yeah.
on it.
between meetings or?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
if you do it tomorrow, get it to me,
I just need to understand what needs to exactly go in that letter.
get it to me, and, we'll do it by motion. You give me the authority to approve it.
Can you just tell us exactly what you like, you stated in the letter, just so I get the letter right now?
We're gonna bring stuff in.
Explain what you're gonna do.
All right.
What you're bringing in, how many trucks you're bringing in,
200.
reference the plan that you already gave us for the remediation, and then just
2,800 yards.
How is it stabilized?
Yeah.
That process.
Well, if their plan shows silt fence around it,
So then the plan drawing is probably fine if you want to include that.
I mean,
just state it in a
Really,
letter,
just
asking for permission to do it.
well,
See it and-
Put a line there for my signature.
well, at this
I'll
point,
ask
we
the
have
board to
all-
give me authorization.
Cool.
yeah,
You can
Somebody
still-
make
yeah,
it.
see-
We're not
see-
making it
see,
crazy.
stay dormant does too.
yeah.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way as much as it's going to, we're gonna get out of wind eventually. And at that point, then it would need, and that's what you could say in the letter,
We'll
is
say that in
that
the
you'll
letter,
come
yep.
seed it in the spring. For stabilization, because I understand you're not gonna get anything to grow now. But hopefully.
And these are all things that we are gonna do.
And in your letter, I would also state that prior to the trucking, of the 2,800 cubic yards, you're going to construct the stabilized construction entrance.
That's very helpful.
Put that all in a letter, send it to me and copy Greg. I'll talk to Greg. Or Greg will talk to me. Tell me it's fine. I just need authorization from the board to do this without coming back to the board. So somebody make a motion for me to sign this letter.
Second.
Jennifer seconds, Hans makes it first, so the motion was to allow the chair to approve a letter of authorization to the applicant's engineer to bring in septic soil in order to test for the raised bed septic system. And the motion allows the chair to do that without coming back to the board. Hans made the motion and Jennifer seconded. Can I have a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
I don't think this applies, but I did want to make reference to the 14015B, which says that no trees over 6-inch diameter. Can be removed prior to plan approval.
No,
With
we don't need
this-
to do that to truck this.
Okay,
So just to.
I looked
Have-
at
have
Google
done that.
Maps and it didn't look like there were trees.
There are four trees.
But
on
he's
the
talking
site.
to bring this.
Oh, I know, bring the soil.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay, no, trees.
I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't going to create a problem.
You can take them out and put them in the, put them where you're putting the 6-inch caliber trees. You need for us to give you some indication that we're happy with the site plan. So remembering that the site plan includes everything in those 6 or 7 sheets, it includes the the layout of the interior, the layout of the traffic, of the parking, where the septic is going. The parking lanes, the delivery lanes, all of that. But it's not a final approval. We're giving you just a preliminary sketch, site plan sketch approval, so that your engineer can proceed with the SWIP.
Completely.
If we find something, we may need to make adjustments. Okay. Now, answer me this or riddle me this. How are you gonna do that without knowing how much of that hill that faces 209 has gotta come down? You go into,
We do know that, but well, because the water's running down.
I know the water's running down.
Oh, so the proposal is to regrade on the western side, and it's to remove a decent amount of material on that western side and bring that small amount of water into the site. I know DOT was concerned about that too.
So that's part of your SWIP.
That's part of.
We're actually
Okay.
moving water off of 209.
Yeah.
With the revised grading.
And bioretention area number 1 is taking a lot of that stormwater from 209.
So in fact, it fell for.
The soil conditions there are gonna require us to have under drains and everything. They don't allow us to infiltrate, but it's still gonna be some retention.
Okay, so those bioremediation, is it bioremediation or just retention? Oh,
Well, I always call them bioretention area, that's what the
Yep.
manual calls them.
okay, so
So-
are you remediating as well as retaining? Are you treating the water?
Yeah,
there?
it's treatment.
It's
Yeah,
treatment.
It's treatment, and there is storage within inside of that treatment.
All right, so somewhere in the code, in the landscaping portion of the code, you have to put water adaptive plants in the bioremediation.
Yeah,
area.
the landscaping is shown to have.
Okay, so long as you're, all right. Anything else you need from us tonight?
No, I mean, that's the thing, in order to get the SWIP, the hydrologic, I can't even say.
Hydrological study.
Thank you, is underway with Russell.
Okay.
And so our hope is to have that with the SWIP submitted, simultaneously.
All right, I have a question about that. We had a discussion with the last applicant about a hydrogeological study. And here we only asked them for a hydrological study. We didn't ask you for a hydrogeological study, right? Why did we do that?
They're two different things.
Right,
But this isn't the aquifer, this isn't the aquifer overlay.
Correct.
So
with
that
the-
references a hydrogeological
Geolo-
study. Yes,
Correct, your estimate is 1,000 gallons or more, right?
Yes,
a little bit more.
So-
2,000.
So because they're a commercial, non-residential project. Needing over 1,000 gallons of water or septic, there's a hydrogeological study required. Because they're in the aquifer overlay zone. Hydrological study is referenced in the subdivision regulations only. Which is the one that involves also surface water issues.
okay.
Well, if you
Okay.
said you're having Russell Urban meet you, that would be a hydrogeologic.
Right.
Yes, correct.
Okay,
And that's what's required in the aquifer protection.
Yes,
overlay.
that-
Correct.
I think, I.
Because-
what I understand-
because
I
they-
get it.
Because they exceed the 1,000 gallon.
Right, they stated 2,000. Okay,
all right.
So it's not, hydrological is only in play on subdivisions.
But Rick, to your, you're sort of asking, how are they the same? If we're in the aquifer protection zone and we need to do a hydrogeologic study, in my mind, we would set up, I think the other project would kind of set forth a template for how we could approach these going forward, so.
You've heard what we discussed in the other project. So whoever's doing your hydrogeological study needs to. the
Same person.
same person.
Oh, same person.
That's why,
So you guys can talk to this guy about both projects
Yeah.
at the same time, okay? All right, great,
No, he's here. He's
all right,
So in terms of, I guess, when might we hear back if the layout is okay in order to get them started on the SWIP?
Generally, what I'm hearing is that the layout
You
is
could-
okay
Yeah.
as well.
Rick,
Yeah,
you
I mean, I'm not
You
hearing we need to change.
you could do conceptual approval of a sketch.
Yeah.
So, That's all I see.
We're looking for scope trees, right?
Okay, so would you give us some
Board, the
words for the motion?
board agrees to grant conceptual approval for the sketch plan submitted,
Conceptual,
approval for the sketch plan.
Do you need a motion for this?
What, if you want to elaborate with an expectation that any final approval will match the sketch plan, or they'll have to return for amendment.
so the motion would be, the board approves
To approve
a
a sketch plan.
sketch plan, conceptual sketch plan for purposes of conducting the SWIP SWPP period. If there's any major change required, the applicant will have to come back and make adjustments to the conceptual plan. How does that sound? So that's the motion.
I'll make the motion.
Peter?
Can you repeat that?
No.
Peter made the motion. Hans made the second. All in favor? Anybody opposed? All right, I think you're good to go.
Thank you. Thank you for taking so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, that brings us up to Verizon. I think we need to take a break here so that the technicians can.
There should be everybody is, Scott is on it.
Okay, Scott's in there already.
Matt is in the. So you can make him a co-host, right?
Yeah, you need to go.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes. I worked with him for.
And then we should be able to share his screen.
Exactly, yeah. What do you tell us?
Scott, when you're all set up there, you want to introduce your team?
It took like 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
He's on there. You got that one?
They're in the. They're in the. Scott, you got a co-host.
That's what I'm looking to see if I can share.
Oh,
Yes, that was a co-host, yeah.
She's doing sun sheets.
Peter's mad in that?
Oh, yes.
Pete,
Send me.
did you get
How do we know
that?
who's there?
It's essential.
Wow. Yes.
No, I sent it to you.
I know, I sent you. I sent you.
Oh, you did,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, I sent you, I included that.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's
great. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I saw the thank you, but it was on my phone, so I didn't know any. Okay.
Yeah, so I just sent it right now. I plan to put it up. Share it, but right now.
Okay.
And I gave it to Matt.
Perfect.
Is.
Peter Beanstalk.
For S.
The board would just give us a minute for setting things up here.
Is a meeting change needed? It would be.
Which one? Because he said it's way more controversial.
Plus, instead of that, would be a sketch. Like the site for all the basic words. Wherever the sketch instead of.
Yes.
Send it.
Peter is,
It's fine. But then they just have to go back.
It was only over that.
Yeah, like.
But he was going.
That is,
Oh, I know.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
They organize all kinds of things.
It's Sioux Falls, everything's got.
I think I knew what the problem was.
College town, I grew up.
Yeah, that was actually the village.
Oh, he's in. Oh, yeah.
They got bigger twice as
Yeah.
Now it's not. Except.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I just have to do the right thing.
Standing out of the wetland, you can see. Okay.
Okay,
So.
Scott, are you ready?
I am.
All right, so if we could come back to order. Scott, why don't you just introduce who you have with you tonight?
Sure, okay, so
Make sure you get these names down.
to my left is Dina Peoples. She is with Tectonic Engineering. And she is here tonight to answer any questions and talk about the balloon test visual analysis. That we did submit something earlier today. Not something I expected to submit, but I got it today, so we can talk about what we did submit. And I have Brendan Hennessy. He is Verizon Wireless's RF engineer. And Hennessy. Yeah. And so I know it's a little late and but we appreciate the opportunity to present some material to the board. So I have a quick kind of PowerPoint run through. I may skip some slides. If you want to see them, please.
Have you submitted the PowerPoint?
What's that?
Have you submitted the PowerPoint?
I did submit it earlier, but I also have hard copies here.
No,
if
no,
you want. But yeah, I sent the copy
I'm
to.
just wondering if you go through it, then we'll be able to get on the tail end.
Absolutely.
So just a couple of things, Scott, before you get started. So for the public, this is not the public hearing. That comes down the road when the work is nearing completion. So the purpose of tonight was for the applicant, and this is really the first formal appearance in front of the board, to tell us what they want to do, and for the board to ask some questions and to have a discussion. So there probably will not be an opportunity for the public to ask any questions at this time. It's the board right now that needs to figure out what they're trying to do and to ask the questions, and hopefully a lot of the questions that we have will be the same that you might have. You're obviously all here because you want to know about what impact it's going to have on the view shed and all that. Those are the same kinds of concerns that the board has. So again, I hope that we ask a lot of questions tonight that'll be similar to yours. I don't have a problem beginning to receive, and I'm sure the board does it, beginning to receive public commentary to the board about the project. You can start sending questions, whatever, to the board at any point in time. They'll all be recorded. They'll all be on file for board members to read. I'm not quite sure where to send them, except to say I'll give you my email address. It's pbchair@townofrochester, one word, townofrochester.ny.gov. And there is a formal site to send this to, but I don't have it offhand. So we'll need to take them, and in our discussions, you may bring up many things that we haven't thought about, and we can begin to pepper the applicant with those kinds of questions. So just so some of the board that hasn't been part of some of the background discussions that we've been having, we have hired an RF engineer of our own. We've also hired a visual engineer who happens to be on the call, Matt Allen. He may speak at some point, may have questions, he may want to make a few comments, but we did have a meeting with both those gentlemen in the last day or two. One of them delivered a study to us, the RF study. I supplied that to the applicant today. And it's in the Google Drive, on Google Drive. And there's a letter from the visual engineer that we hired that'll also be up. We just got the letter from him today, so I'll put that up tonight or tomorrow. So anyway, Scott, we have a lot of questions, obviously. You may have some asks of us tonight. I don't know. I'm not sure that we're prepared to give you too much in the way of sites that we want to be part of the visual analysis. At this point, we're gathering that information, and Matt Allen will be the focal point with that. along with Dave Church and two of the members of the board. So we're working on that. We'll get that to you shortly.
Okay.
There was a general comment made by many people, many of the board members, that there are not material, but there was just some errors in the document that need to be corrected. So I don't know, address errors, labeling errors. So I'm not quite sure how you want to handle all those.
Why don't we get a letter out to them? And we have to get a letter out to them within, I think it's 4 days, 5 days relating to an incompleteness in the application. There's usually a 1 month timeframe for that. And the application was dated, I think the revision was January 15th. So let's get a letter out this week with all that stuff in it.
Okay, so we'll do
I
that.
mean, I think the application is complete, though. I think there's a shot clock letter that was signed to that effect. I know we have some typos that need to be corrected, and they will be corrected. Mr. Church confirmed one that I saw when I was preparing this, and it's like the address is incorrect on one of the documents, and that will be taken care of. But overall, I think we're complete in terms of the substance.
Well, we're gonna have, for instance, a number of vantage points for the balloon test. I mean, it's not a pejorative, but the application is not complete until we get that down on paper, right?
So I would disagree, because I think you clearly have a right to the balloon test, and we spoke about that, but that's not a requirement of your law. So I take a look at it as, we've given you everything that your code requires. If you want to use your discretionary power to require the balloon test, which we completely agree, and we spoke about it at length at the last
Well,
meeting.
Scott, here's the situation. We could talk about, play games with words, but the fact is, you well know, the issue of completeness and the issue of the time frame creates a tight time frame under the shot clock that you've already written to us, and you're telling us that our decision is due, I think it was June 15th or something like
That's
that.
correct.
So, and you've also written a second series of correspondence with the chair indicating that under seeker, you wanted a declaration of significance within 20 days. So we are operating under some very significant timeframes, and we should discuss as to what the expectations are, because when we were here last month, if you had written your first letter, we had decided that the board was going to move forward expeditiously and do all of our studies with your participation.
Correct.
But it was going to take the time that it was going to take to do a full seeker review. We've hired excellent consultants to do this professionally and to help us, but your letters are posing a significant challenge in terms of whether we can do the job that we're envisioning, particularly in an area such as this. It's right under the ridge. We're right next to Minnewaska. There are a lot of people that are going to want to weigh in on this. And so at the time, last month, I asked you whether we needed to have a signed, essentially, extension. You said, A, it wasn't necessary, and B, your client didn't necessarily need to go there. So I need to know, and since then, that's when you had the colloquy with the chair on seeker, essentially demanding a declaration of significance within 20 days.
So it wasn't a demand.
Was it what?
It was not a demand. I was requested to put a timeline together just for the review.
I get it.
And just so we're clear, I wasn't demanding you to do it. I was just quoting from the seeker regs. The seeker regs say that to do it in 20 days. I didn't make that up.
Look, we can get into this. The seeker regs say it should be done within 20 days unless the board needs more information. And in fact, as any person who does seeker in the state, lawyer, engineer, anything else, you never get a declaration of significance within 20 days because there's always more information necessary, including here. So again, we need to know what the playing field is. If we are generally going to say we're going to move forward with our seeker review, and we're going to move forward expeditiously, but it's going to take a few months, including the timeframe for the balloon test that we talked about, then I think we're okay. But if we're going to be doing this timeframe thing, then we're going to go to the mat on whether or not we need to have, whether we have a complete application.
We're not going to the mat on it. Again,
Okay.
I was just responding to a request.
Fair enough.
That's all.
I'll let you know that we do have impressions from around the area as to a number of vantage points which are going to be important, considering the proximity to Minnewaska as well as the scenic byway. We're trying to crunch those for you. We are going to get those to you. Again, we're going to work cooperatively. We have some good experts. And, that's the time frame I want to work on. And if we need to do an extension, we'll do that. But, and if what you're telling me is we're going to let it go, and we're not gonna worry about whether or not we've got a complete application at this point.
Yeah, yeah, we're working towards the same goal, I think, and I was just again responding to a request. And justifying why I put my timeline.
Well,
together.
you put in that the public hearing was gonna open sort of 20 days after, and then it was gonna close, and it was, you put together a pretty aggressive timeframe, and, you know, as an attorney corresponding with a non-attorney, you kind of de-emphasized what is actually the rule that has gobbled up the rest of the rule, which is that when a board needs more time, it's not gonna have to do a declaration of significance within 20 days. And I'll also point out to you that when those rules were written, the declaration of significance, most of the environmental review under seeker was, believe it or not, projected to be done as part of a POS deck and an EIS. Originally, a neg deck was only for the things that were very minimal, and if there was any uncertainty at all, it was supposed to be a POS deck that was gonna be within, I'm going back to the 80s now when this was written. If you want, we can do a POS deck and then have this whole thing done, and you'll be completely within the, it'll be within your time frame on that, because you'll be doing the DEIS, but what's typically done, and what we would like to do here, is to wait at the tail end to do a declaration of significance, crunch all the information together, and then go from there. If you want to do what your writing implicated, which is to kind of front load the declaration of significance, and then do the work at the tail end, we should probably discuss that.
This is the board, it's your prerogative to act the way we typically act. I was just again stating. The chairman wanted a timeline, and I was just, yes, I was being aggressive, but that's my job to say, this is what I think we should be doing. But my concern is that we get to the end and we get a positive declaration towards the end of the seeker review. That's a concern.
You're asking, oh, you mean to take, well,
Yes.
it's gonna do what it's gonna do.
Sure.
And we can't project that. You feel strongly on your side, we're gonna crunch the numbers crunch it on our side, including the vantage points. If you're concerned about that and you wanna move it along, you actually have the right under seeker to do a DEIS.
I'm not gonna, no, my client would fire me.
Right, so the way it's done now is that we get the information, we move it along, and then we'll figure it out at the tail end.
I've never objected to anything,
All right.
not at all, so
Everybody say what's,
You know.
has the board seen the correspondence? You guys know what we're talking about? So
Yes.
Scott was taking a certain position, which again, it relies on basically reading out that phrase that allows the board to extend that time frame for 20 days. Remember, the regulation is 20 days between lead agency and essentially a declaration of significance. And again, the presumption there was way back when that we were going to do a lot of EISs until EISs became a huge bugaboo and nobody wanted to do them. And so we don't do that anymore. And so I don't want the board to get caught in that trap. So you're all hearing this colloquially and want to just move forward without doing any more of these legal formalities we can, but there's a lot of correspondence out there which we do have to address.
I think it's good to clear it up, so.
Can we move forward?
Yeah, no,
Yes.
we intended to move forward at 100%, so.
If we get to a point where we're getting close to your June 15th date, and we're going to circle back and
Well,
talk
talk
about,
about, absolutely,
okay.
yes. So I know that I received a copy of Mr. Fishman's report earlier. Mr. Jones provided that, and I'll just summarize it if anyone hasn't read it. He basically agrees that there is a need for this facility, that the height being proposed is the minimum height necessary. It will allow for.
I think what we talked to him, what he said was, there was also an opportunity for 120 feet as well, depending on co-location needs.
So, okay, I'll take a further look at that.
The range, I'll tell you, the range was, he tested range 160, 140, 120, 100.
That's what, yes.
Okay. 100 was sort of, why bother? But it was acceptable at 120.
Although he said that we may lose co-location issues because then the next folks would come down to 100, but we are considering 120 to be a viable option.
And we may have a disagreement about that, and Brenda can talk about that when we get to that. But I'll just go quickly, just for the board's edification. What we're showing here, this stuff comes from I did not create this, I simply excerpted it. And so this comes from what is in the application, although I did highlight the existing Accord site just to focus your attention. It is hard to see. I apologize. I wish I was better at graphic arts. I'm not. So we're trying to point to two existing sites. One we call the Accord site and the other Congston site. And those sites.
These are existing sites.
They're existing sites on the air, they provide service, but there's no way for them to serve the area that I'm going to show you more closely. They just don't have the ability to reach that far, and they don't have the capacity. Each cell site has a finite capacity, it only handles so much traffic based on how many channels and what the spectrum is that we use, how big the spectrum is.
Scott, somebody mentioned to me that there's a third site actually in Curtis. Is that in Rochester? Is that true?
Homeland Towers, I think, did a site there, and I don't know exactly where it is. I don't know if we're on it, but we can certainly find out.
What was that question?
It was, somebody told me that there was a third site somewhere in the town of Rochester. A third tower. I don't know if it's Verizon or, do you know anything about that, Brendan?
Not off the top of my
All
head,
right,
but
so
I'd be happy to get you.
We'd just like to know about that.
What's that?
We'd like to know about that. If there is a third site.
Yeah, if there's a third site, I'll take a look at my maps and let you know.
I think it's a Homeland Tower site, but anyway, Brendan, what you just,
So,
I have one question, so we can visualize this as you're going through this. What are the heights of the two towers in the town of Rochester presently?
I would
We have the Accord site and the Cohasset site, and I think it would be great for the public, for the board, to have those heights, so then when we're going through our project review, we can kind of visualize what those impacts are gonna be. It just might be helpful for us, because I'm not in the cell tower business.
sure, no, that makes sense. I don't.
Thank
have-
you.
I don't have that information
Okay.
available right now, but I can certainly.
That would be nice.
Yeah, absolutely. So real quick, we're gonna show you a few coverage maps here. The coverage is based off of tiers, so you're being shown essentially 4 tiers of coverage here. The lowest being no color at all, so just the base map, that would represent no coverage. The orange would be marginal coverage, so areas that are affected by seasonality. What I mean by that is, believe it or not, with the leaves coming on and off of the trees, it heavily affects the cell phone signals from our towers. So what I mean by seasonality is when the leaves fall off in the fall, our network actually performs much better. Okay, so these orange areas would be areas where you'd be getting that leaf off condition coverage or marginal. Okay, now with the leaves coming back, the orange areas are the areas where you're gonna see some drop in coverage and some loss compared to what's being shown. The yellow color would represent good in-building coverage and outdoor coverage for residential homes. And then the green would be acceptable coverage for heavy construction, condos, resorts, etc. So this is actually the existing coverage here right now on our high frequencies. I'm going to show you a couple maps here. One being the high frequencies here. So this is existing. The high frequencies are typically what your apps will run on. It's kind of your speed-based layer. So that's your data. Basically your high capacity layer. It just gets users on and off much more quickly, and that's where you're going to see your higher speeds.
You have a standard at Verizon that you want everything to be at the 21 megahertz? Because you do operate at 700 megahertz and the coverage is a lot better.
Yeah, I have those in here.
So what do you get at 700 that you don't get at 2100
So
or vice versa?
Sure, so 700 can do all the same things that our higher frequencies can do. The problem is they reach out a lot farther, so they're covering more users and they're covering users on what we call the edge of the cell. That just means, so if you're looking at this map here, the edge coverage would be as the orange fades away from the site, your very edge of what you can see is the coverage of the site. That's your cell edge. When users are in this condition, it takes more resources for the cell site to properly serve those users. So let's just say, for instance, you have one user on cell edge. Well, the 700 band might be able to serve one user on cell edge or 10 users in good conditions. And those are just numbers I'm just throwing out there for comparison. So a cell edge condition It requires more resources from the tower. And again, the lower frequencies cover further. So they're going to get loaded up quicker. As Scott said earlier, the site's kind of addressing two issues, coverage and capacity. So these two existing sites, Accord and Kerr-Humpson, they are currently experiencing network congestion above a level that provides usable service to our customers. So the idea of this site would be to provide coverage where A, it doesn't exist, and B, where it can overlap these existing sites in order to provide that offload for the existing sites. And when these sites become offloaded, it also improves the area at which they serve. Okay, so this site would provide new coverage as well as offload the existing sites, resulting in area-wide improvement for Verizon customers. Did I answer your question? Sorry. Okay.
I have a quick question. Is that when you said the seasonality affects the coverage with these graphs, what do they represent? Which, or is this?
So our computer software, looks at we call it clutter in general. So clutter being trees, vegetation, buildings in cities, anything like that. So our software, to my knowledge, does not take into account the seasonality. So the way what we're showing you here is a propagation map that would be, I don't want to say generalized, but it's not showing you leaf off versus leaf on conditions. That's what the colors are showing. So the color orange in this case is neg 105 dBm. It's a signal level. So basically we're saying everywhere orange on this map is neg 105. And we know through testing and experience that when you're in that level of a signal, the change brought on by leaf on versus leaf off could cause you to enter an area of no service.
So colloquially, this is showing leaf off and leaf on, that orange is gonna become a lot whiter.
That's the way I would look at it.
You get all that?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, this is
So
your.
did I get one
Sorry,
more question about coverage? Have you gotten just an upswell of people complaining about service, or this is just as a result of you wanted to increase the number of customers that are using your service?
So this site in particular, it was kind of brought about to offload these existing sites because it was deemed that the service that they're providing is not adequate.
So it's not so much to add more.
It's dual, and we'll show you where there's not, Main Street 4455, kind of the southwest of the site, of the proposed site. You'll see it. This is high band. I'll get to the low frequency coverage as well, but there's nothing there. So this site is going to provide new coverage to where it doesn't currently exist along major roadways and residences in the area. But the way it was brought about, kind of bubbled up through me, was, hey, these other neighborhood sites also need some capacity relief, is what we call it. So this is your existing high frequency coverage. We call it mid-band frequency coverage. And this would be what it is with the site on. Now, again, your mid-band frequencies, they're not going to travel as far as your low band, and you'll see the low bands on the next couple slides. But so you'll notice, you might be thinking, okay, not a huge difference here, right? So I'll go back to existing. And now here's with the site on. Okay. So the resort, you can see, is going to be covered in that green tier coverage. So they should have really good indoor coverage there and throughout the grounds. And that's really where you want your high capacity coverage to be at here, right? Because right now that resort's being served by these two existing sites, but on the low frequency cell edge type conditions, which is what's causing poor performance on those sites. So with this site here, we're providing that those mid-band frequencies to a high capacity area, aka the resort, as well as some residences that are in the area. So this will provide quite a bit of offload for the currently existing sites. Now I'm going to go over to the low band here. So here's your existing 700 megahertz. So again, 700 can do everything that the other frequencies can do as well. It's just a matter of coverage and how loaded it is, right? So typically on your low band frequencies, that's gonna be more handling your voice, text, light data type applications. Now again, if you have a 700 site in the middle of nowhere with no one on it, you're gonna get really, really high speeds, and you know, you may not even be able to tell the difference between a 700 megahertz band and a mid 2100 megahertz band. But when those bands get loaded up, like on Kerhonkson and Accord, that's where we start to see performance issues.
Can you go back to the previous slide for 1 minute?
Sure.
So this is the high band proposed. You're gonna be coming back and asking us for something here too? This is all white.
Not at, there's no plans at this time, but
The way it would seem to be in this area would be a hell of a lot better than this area.
But if we locate that site over there, we may not be able to provide, I think we call out 2 sectors on the Kerhonkson site that need to be offloaded. Moving this site too far to the east is gonna pull us away from the sectors that need that capacity.
We'll get you closer to that sector.
Yes, but there's only overlap with one sector on that site.
I just don't see, I don't know what the population is here, but I just don't see, there's more population, I believe, over here than there is over here.
But Kerhonkson is not serving that area. So serving that area with a new site would not provide any offload to our existing Kerhonkson site.
Well, if you offloaded some for the Constant site, you'd have more people from here. Oops, sorry, people from here that could use that site. If you had something here, some of these people would get coverage from that.
People where are gonna use the Kerhonkson signal?
Residents, like, right in
Up
here.
in between.
Yeah,
There's like Pollyanna.
Yeah,
Court
like
and-
my understanding right now, which I might be wrong, is that this proposed one right now is targeting 2 sectors or 2 areas for the Kerhonkson site. Whereas if you shifted it to the northeast, to where the residences are, it would only hit one of the Accord towers that they're trying to offload and basically reduce the pressure on.
You're saying is that the purpose here is to reduce the pressure on 2 different sectors in Kerhonkson. What Rick is asking is, okay, that makes some sense, but there's a big wide area over there that a lot of people live in. There's no proposal to reduce the non-existent service there?
No, there's not, because we can offload Accord from this site and we can offload the 2 sectors on Kerhonkson that need capacity relief from this site. If we were to move this site to the northeast, we would not get, so you see the yellow pie coming off of Kerhonkson, for those of you that are close.
The yellow.
The
Yellow
yellow
wedge
sector, I'll
tower.
call it, but
The thing that looks
This
like a
one up
biohazard.
there?
Yeah.
the one that says Kerhonkson, the site.
Yep.
The yellow section on that site,
Is-
kind of pointing to the southwest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That is a sector that we need to offload with this site. So if we move this site to the northeast, we are going to move that out of the footprint of that sector. We will not be able to provide any.
But the chairman's question, and that makes some sense, but the chairman's question was, wouldn't you be gaining an awful lot in terms of a big wide area you'd be able to serve? As opposed to-
I would be gaining capacity relief for Accord, but again, this is my capacity objectives for this project are the 2 sectors on Kerhonkson and the 1 sector on Accord. So if I can solve all 3 with 1 project, why would I do it with 2?
You're not solving all 3, go back. Go back to the 700. Nope, go forward. Go forward. Go back to,
you want the high
You want
frequency?
21?
that.
Yeah.
That one,
That's,
go back to,
okay.
that's the one. You're solving something over here that has low population versus over here.
saying you're solving the problem here.
With,
Yeah, but we're not solving the problem at the proposed site, we're
Well-
solving the problem at the.
You're saying there's a piece of
The
Kerhonkson
existing
that needs that.
sites.
Well,
we're
if you
resolving
put
a
it over
network
here,
issue
some of these
that's
people
been
will come over.
determined needed to be resolved. We may need another site, and that's what happens, is that once you get an existing site approved, you then start to build off of it, because you don't want to build islands, but that wouldn't happen here. But the point is that Verizon says they needed to fix those two capacity issues within their network. As well as the other sector for a cord.
Isn't there other technology other than a whole new tower, repeater towers, smaller repeater towers
No.
that can help offload?
No,
If you put repeater towers on existing high grounds or buildings. Do you do any analysis of the number of the population served by here versus here? Do you look at the
Isn't that really a
population?
business issue though on our part? Isn't it a business issue? I mean, we're not trying to propose something we don't need and your consultant has said we needed it. Your consultant didn't
Well,
say
it
we
almost
needed.
seems what you're giving us here is you're gonna be coming back and asking potentially for another tower.
It's certainly
It's a
possible,
site.
but we don't have any plans to that extent right now. We're not, you know.
It's a business issue, but we're in the business of making sure that, that things are dealt with appropriately from a visual point of view and also from a service point of view. And there's a huge, even there's a huge area that's not being serviced. Go back to the original slide that you showed us, that one. You chose this site as opposed to something over here. They're
Correct.
equivalent in terms of no coverage. Why wouldn't something over here, and I'm not even sure where over here, take some of the, offload some of this and offload some of this?
Because I need to offload 3 sectors in total.
What 3 sectors? You're only showing me, you're showing me 2, 1, 2.
There's 6 sectors on screen right now, so each site has 3 sectors.
Each site has 3 sectors.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay, your biohazard.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Each triangle is.
So you see the 2 sections on Kerhonkson that face southeast and southwest?
Yep.
Those are 2 sectors that I need to provide overlapping coverage with in order to.
you're referring to this and to this. Southeast, southwest?
Yes, yes, sir. Southeast and southwest of the Kerhonkson site. If I move this site, HVR, to the northeast, I am not gonna cover that southwest sector of Kerhonkson and all.
This one,
The yellow southwest facing sector of
the
Kerhonkson.
one where you have your pointer right now.
No, Rick, look at the word Kerhonkson,
Sorry,
you see,
I didn't realize I could do this, so.
that's what he's
yes,
talking about.
This
is
yellow
sectors.
sector right here, and if, basically it's directional, and I didn't mean to advance that there, but. It's directional, so it covers to the southwest of that site. If I move this HVR proposed site any further north or east. I'm not gonna be able to cover that sector to offload. At all. I'm not getting much offload here as it is. Due to, keeping the height low and just where we were able to locate the site. If I move this thing any further to the north or northeast, I'm not gonna get offload on that sector.
How many sites did you consider?
There were 3 or 4, I think, potential alternatives. I think that Mr. Fishman looked at them also. Yeah, I think it was 3 or 4.
And
He
did
did-
you?
The study, Fishman study. They looked at the sites and checked their information. I don't remember all the details, but there were no sites that were zoned,
Right,
available sites
right.
that were even zoned.
They were in they were in the
They were
R
in the
two.
R2 zone,
That makes sense.
which doesn't mean anything because we could get. I'm sure the town board, if it was a better site, would do spot zoning to change the zoning. The issue there is, you didn't hear that. You didn't hear that, but
Another word for it.
I can, but the issue with that is it was very, very, very close to residential, single family residence.
And were these coverage maps field validated? Or is this just generated?
So just check.
They're generated, but and I know people's impression, these have been tested. And I know there was one consultant, Ron Grafe, he may be retired now, he did this for 40 years. He called the Verizon models the gold standard. Because every year, new data is pumped in there in terms of topography, models are built. So no, they weren't field tested.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I just have one question, just back up for a second. So the Kerhonkson site, the Accord site, those each have 3 Verizon
3 sectors.
Sectors,
Yeah.
okay, great.
Yep, it's one site, so when next time you drive by a site, you'll see there's almost 3 faces on most of them. And they may be shifted slightly based on the carrier, because every carrier has different coverage needs. But yeah, you'll essentially see 3 faces on each sector that basically tells you which directions the towers are going.
And these towers would have multiple carriers on each one in all likelihood.
Usually, we can't control them wanting to colo on our sites, but given the area, the node coverage in the area, I find it hard to believe that the other carriers wouldn't be interested in this.
Just for clarification, your report says you looked at 15 properties. 3 had willing property owners.
That's
2 of the 3 are in zoning districts that don't allow this.
That's what I was referring to, the 3. So I apologize, but yes, there
So
were more. We canvassed the whole
Your
search
your
area.
analysis found 15 potential sites. You only found 3 willing property owners, right?
We can't just go onto property if the owners don't allow us.
2 were in the R, and 2 of the 3 were in the R2 district, which doesn't allow this
Right.
type of facility as a permitted use. Hence the 1.
Thank you.
Guys, Brent.
The other thing, if I could just, this is more of the legal part of it, but because I know there might be some confusion, we show you 700 megahertz and 2100 megahertz. They can do similar things, although I think the 2100 megahertz, correct me if I'm wrong, it's like 93% of our bandwidth. So that's a chunk of what we're using. Having said that, we purchased those licenses from the FCC. I don't know the exact amount, but billions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars paid for them. We have an obligation to build out the 2100 megahertz system also.
When you say purchase a license, it's nationwide for a particular frequency,
So
is that right?
is it nationwide or is it, no, I think it's done by markets.
Yeah, so,
Markets.
yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I think what Scott's referring to is our recent C-band frequency allocations. That's in the 3.5 gigahertz range. Again, that's a mid-band frequency, so those are modeled by our representative 2100 megahertz propagations here.
So that was just the point is that I know because the chairman said, well, what, almost maybe suggesting, why can't you just use the 700? And we do use it, but we have to actually build out the 2100 megahertz, or the regs say they can take back the
Take it
license.
back.
Exactly.
And the 2100 allows for a lot more functionality.
It's faster and more efficient. Think of it like that. I mean, like I said, side by side, if you were the only person on the site, you may not tell the difference, but in the real world where it's loaded up and people are at varying distances from the site in varying conditions. Your 700 layer will typically handle your in-building coverage for voice, light data. You're not gonna watch YouTube on it. And then your mid-band frequencies are gonna be the streaming type stuff.
Are you able to quantify the change post-project?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand.
Like quantify it in terms of like number of population, increase in number of people streaming or increase in,
I mean, we
is
have,
it quantifiable?
yeah, and here, I can get into that a little bit, how we these existing sites need that offload, we have that data available to us, so. Yeah, does anyone have any other questions on other coverage we've gone over already? Okay. Here, I don't think we went over this one, this would be your 700 megahertz. If the tower were to go at the proposed location at the proposed height. So again, here's your existing 700, so here's, there's that spot along, Main Street 4455 that I was talking about, it's a pretty wide stretch of road that doesn't currently have any coverage for Verizon users, sorry. And then, the areas. And then the area going back toward the site as well, right? So there's. Whereas on your 2100 megahertz, like you can look at this and say, oh, there's not a lot of coverage, but again, that's the mid band. Here, this is kind of like any white space on this map means you have nothing for Verizon. So with the 700 propagating, this is what we have. So you can see that whole gap on Main Street 4455 is filled in. Here you can see on the bend, we start to get into that orange territory, that tier 3 or 4. area. And so at 140 feet, that's what this would look like. Any lower, you're gonna compromise that Route 4455 coverage as well. All right, any questions on the 700? So here's an example. And so in the full RF justification report, we have three plots for each sector that is overloaded, so there will be 9 total in the full justification. And basically, we provide three metrics for each sector. We give 2 examples here, but one is FDV, and this basically just represents the data usage on the site and at which point it becomes maxed out and not able to provide service to the users. So essentially the red line, that's your mid-band data usage, so that 2100 megahertz layer. Now, again, it doesn't cover as far, so we don't have nearly as much usage on it. The 700 is the purple line, so it covers a lot further. You can see that it's above the 100% utilization line, which is, it's a red dashed line, but basically anything in the dark gray area has exceeded the threshold. And this is on the Accord sector. So this example is from that Accord sector. And if you go through the justification, you'll see these for each of those 3 sectors. And I don't want to speak incorrectly, so let me reference them really quickly, but I believe on all 3, we had at least 2 metrics that were overloaded consistently.
What's the x-axis for that? What's the horizontal?
So you're seeing a year of data, and if you read here,
Those are different, like half months or something, or months or something like that?
I believe this is weekly data, but yeah, it represents 1 year of data. And that's actually spelled out in our RF justification on page 5.
And what year is it?
I apologize,
What year is it?
what year?
What year is the data from?
This would represent, so this report was done in
23,
October 23rd, so it would probably represent from September to the previous September, I guess, but
2023 to 2024?
correct. I'm just verifying my data here, but yeah, so Accord beta, all 3 metrics are exceeding. Kerhonkson alpha, all 3 metrics are exceeding. And Kerhonkson beta, all 2 out of 3 metrics are exceeding. And again, those can all be found in the justification. But this just kind of gives you an example of you know, what you'll be seeing in there. This, again, being above the red dotted line is showing that the site has reached its capacity and exceeded it. This is an example of a data trend that shows that the metric is operating normally. So again, you can see that 100% utilization line at the top, with only a peak kind of in the middle of the year there, slightly exceeding it. The rest of the year, you can see it's running under 100%, so normally. So those are just 2 kind of contrasting examples of what you may see in the justification. I did not include all 9 here.
And that's how you would show, by the way, I think to your question, when you show that the capacity is coming under the 100% after a site is built, that's how you actually have data to show it's working and it's doing what it's intended to do. So.
No, you're fine. I think that does it for the RF coverage, unless anyone's got any questions.
What's next? Oh, these are just some statistics, why, you know, so we have a need for the site. I don't think that that's gonna be in question. We can obviously talk about the height at some point, but there's no question there's a need for the site. And these are just some statistics. You know, I think there are 330 million people in the United States, give or take. Yet we have 558 million wireless connections. So the proliferation of wireless connections, I mean, far out exceeds the number of people we have. because people have multiple devices, et cetera. This is important, 80% of the 240,000 911 calls in the country come from wireless. And it kind of correlates to the next statistic that a lot of people don't have landline phones in their house. 76% of all homes in the US are now projected to be wireless. Sounds like a high number, but you know, when you talk to people, I don't have any landlines of any friends, anyone I know. And then just the penetration rate for smartphones. Again, further justification why we have to keep building more and more sites. It's just to continue, you know, to meet the demand that is out there, so. So the balloon, before I do that, well, go to this. I just wanted to let you know, we do have other supporting materials in the application. We do have a letter from Verizon consistent with your local law saying that we will allow for co-locators to come onto the tower if they come to us and ask us. And we all work with each other now. We all go on their towers, they come on our towers if there's a need. So we have that commitment so that we can try to limit the number of towers in your town. We have a non-interference letter that confirms that what we're proposing, the frequencies will not interfere with emergency services, radio, TV. And if there was any type of interference, we would have to resolve it to the satisfaction of the FCC, basically. So we also have, which may become an issue, property values. Some people that don't like cell towers like to say that having these things in the vicinity of a neighborhood reduces property values. And you can go to the internet and find articles that are a little older. I've had other attorneys try to contest this. We've done market studies, not specific to this town, but we've done general studies. And this one I provided, I believe I used in Athens recently, and we included it was a certified appraiser from Syracuse, New York, Pomeroy, or CN Pomeroy now. And he looked at residential properties in Newburgh, Athens, Clifton Park, two others, Hudson, and one I can't remember right now. But they looked at about 46 different properties before and after sales, before the cell tower went in, what the prices were, and after cell towers went in. And you'll see in the market study, the conclusion of that appraiser was there's no significant impact to residential property values. So that's in the record. We have a full EAF. I think that's required by your law. And we have a site selection analysis that explains what properties were looked at, why they were not chosen. And that just details that methodology. Back to
Rick. Hey, Rick. I think there's two items I saw that we still need. One's the RF report you just got. Notes that we need to complete the application, a structural certification study by an engineer of the tower.
So we don't have a tower yet. I understand that. We might have to talk to Mr. Fishman about that. Because we can't get a structural engineer or a report for a tower that hasn't been designed or ordered yet.
Yeah.
Typically, the way we do it is because we don't order the tower. To order the tower, we have to pay for the tower. And we're not gonna pay for a tower before the zoning is done, because we don't know what's gonna happen. So what we typically do is once we would, if there's an approval, we would order the tower, we would get the town all the design, the foundation documents, the tower documents, specifications as part of the BP application. Or before the BP application, but that's typically why we don't have a structural analysis for a tower that doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's for better or worse listed as completing the application. Is the way I read it, but.
Yeah, we'll have to ask for a waiver then. We just can't get that.
The other item is proof of compliance with NEPA and the National Historic Preservation Act, which again is probably the same answer.
No, we have a better answer for that one. We, it's
Well,
in
you
process.
You started the process, but.
Yes.
I don't know what, it's unusual, it's in this code, I've never really, I don't know what a proof.
Yeah.
What evidence of proof is, but. I haven't done a NEPA, I haven't done a federally funded project in a while, but you've started the process. But technically, we need proof of compliance, I don't know what to tell the town what that looks like.
We'll provide it. We'll have something from our NEPA consultant, and we have started the process. The reason we have to do this is because we have the federal licenses. So if you have a federal project, and in this case, it's a federal project in the sense that we have licenses from the federal government. So we have to complete the NEPA process, that, which is basically just the national seekers. in a sense.
NEPA, you talking about, is this the 106?
That's part of it, yeah. It embodies a whole bunch of things, but yes.
Are you gonna be drafting a FONSI then?
So, no, well, I shouldn't say that, I don't think so. I don't get involved with the NEPA, but I can interface with the people that do. Typically, what happens is, but we will, have, if SHPO is required, they get involved. And we can provide a report from SHPO, and when I say report, I mean, it's an email not that long. If they agree with our project, they send a concurrence email. And it's, people sometimes look at it and say, well, that's not a real report, but that's what's agreed to in the section 106 memorandum, anyway.
So that's a kind of who knows when though?
I can find out. Like I said, I don't get involved, but we'll have it at some point. I'll find out. I know they started it, and I'll find out what their expected date is, because I believe they have deadlines in there. But I'll find out when it's
But
due.
it looks to me like the other items, of which there are 15, the applicants provided, Rick. Other than those two.
One question though, with the geotechnical, how difficult would it be to get bearing, some bearing capacity information so you can at least know that the soils will support this tower? Have you been on this, have you looked at the soils?
They've been at site. Before we get to this point, they do a design visit with construction. They do not do a geotech at that point in
They haven't
time.
done any split boot load bearing?
No.
Okay,
Of the hundreds, thousands of towers we've done, we've never had a site that didn't have a geotech issue. I should say that. We had one site in Saugerties recently, and they did the geotech, and they had an issue, but there's always a way around it. It just depended on how, but yes, and we will do a geotech.
It's done before you design.
We,
your
oh, we
project.
will never put a tower up before we do geotech.
Okay.
Never. So quickly, before we get into the rule, exhibit 8 of the application, we do have a certification from a New York State licensed engineer certifying that what we are proposing will be fully compliant with the FCC emission requirements. In fact, we will be less than 1% of that which we are legally permitted to emit. And there are different numbers for different frequencies, but because the height of these antennas, and that's the only thing that emits basically the signal, really. But because they're at 145 feet or so, it's not an issue for any publicly accessible areas. We are in full compliance, and once we demonstrate that under federal law, I don't mean to sound this way, but the municipalities can't look at the issue any further.
When you say publicly accessible areas, does that include what, I think a lot of people would be concerned about their homes and their backyards,
That includes that.
So what, okay.
Yeah, we are, so the towers, think about it, the tower, the antenna, so the center line is what, 140 or so? So that's 140 feet up in the air. Let's just say that's here, the ground is here. The antennas are shooting out pretty
When you
much.
say publicly accessible, you mean places on the earth that people.
I apologize, if you're walking on the ground, exactly.
Okay.
So OSHA workers or people that go up to go in front of the antennas, totally different. If you're standing 2 feet in front of the antenna, you have specific regulations you have to abide by. But this is a technology where the signal dissipates almost logarithmically. It's, so if you're in front of the antenna 2 feet, yeah, you can only be there for a few minutes or whatever the number is. But when you're on the ground, zero issue. We're 1% lower than what we can emit. So I just wanted to point that out. And then,
Do you have to, whoever the licensing, or whoever the approving entity is, which in this case, if it gets approved in the town of Rochester, when you locate other towers or other carriers, do you have to come back to us by law? To show us those numbers, how those numbers increase when you co-locate?
Well, they're gonna increase, but I think this. I'll double check, but most of the reports have a cumulative impact of still 1% or less, maybe 5%, depending on the height of the tower. If someone wants to co-locate, you have to look at your law to see if they have to come back to get approval, like a site plan approval. If they do, that would be the opportunity for them to provide that information, because I think they'd have to provide it under the law. But yes, but even co-located, you can see a tower that is fully occupied. And, again, let's put it this way, the FCC used to have a rule and they changed it to a little more calculation now. But any antenna above 33 feet, they're not even gonna consider, because they know the science says it's not an impact. So they don't even want to be bothered by it. So it's just not, it's not an impact. All right, it's getting late. Visual.
This is early for us.
I've gone to 1 o'clock. Like 2 hours, but anyway, visual, that's obviously gonna be an issue that needs to be discussed, so. What we did is we did submit to the town a list of maybe 29 locations that we thought were appropriate to have analyzed during a balloon test. A balloon test, I think I explained it the last time, we float a balloon to the height of the tower that's proposed. And then technicians will drive around, take photographs from locations where it's visible and not visible to prove it's not visible. In locations from which it's visible, they will then simulate the tower of what being proposed. And we provided those locations. We've given you a view shed map that shows you pretty much that this tower is not going to be that visible in many locations. I think the golf course is the most visible where it's going to be from. We also, and I wasn't aware of this until like today, but we did provide more of a visual analysis based upon a modeling app that I believe your consultant may be aware of from Saratoga Associates. They use, and I can let Dina talk about it, but we did provide that to generally show what the visibility is, including simulations. So I guess, Dina, if you want to run through that.
Does that replace the balloon test or it's in addition to the balloon test?
And if you would prefer to have a balloon test, it can be done. With the simulations, it does make it slightly easier, just because you can see the balloon. It's easier to focus when you're out in the field and center the photo onto the balloon. But whenever you have, they have enough digital elevation data models, whatnot, that you can pretty much bring the topography of the area into the model and show. And if you have, you took a photo at one location, you can say, point it at where the tower would be, and you can actually see where hills and whatnot would block it within that model.
And does it vary between leaf on, leaf off?
That would just be topography based on that. But because we have the photo, if you have the photos already, then you be able to line up where the topography is, either by looking at streets, whatnot, or you can look at where buildings are or utility poles and orientate to make sure you've got the scaling correct, you've got the orientation correct, and all those lovely fine details. So at that point in time, you can basically, there's no real way of going out and determining that trees at this area are 50 feet, 60 feet, etc. So you have to go off of rock topography. But the photos there, you can say that this is where the topography is. And obviously there's vegetation right here in that photo that you took. But you also know that the tower in the distance was right here, even though the trees right here in the photo are right here. You're not going to see that tower through the trees. So you can verify that at this location that the photo was taken, the tower would or would not be visible. It does require that you put together the model very carefully. The topography I used, I got from the USGS, it's a 1 meter. Detail, so it's roughly 3 feet within the actual elevation. It's taken from LiDAR. And that's how I built the surrounding area based on,
I think it is full. It's the slides right now. Wait, there, there you go, right there, the green one,
green one.
yeah, it's.
I think that's just recording.
We'll do, hit that little button.
There we go, that's what.
There you go.
All right, so right here, that is the site model of the actual proposed construction. We have the gravel right there, we have the enclosure, we have the fencing. Fencing does not show privacy. Oop, I did it again. Fencing does not show the privacy slats that are typically included. Not always, but typically they are, just because, you know, privacy and all, it's in screened locations. But this right here is the 3D model that I built. You can see there's the terrain, there's the ridges, there's all kinds of things right there. There's the resort, and right there is where the site is. It's really hard to see whenever you're on the distance looking at that screen, but that's where it is.
Where's this view from?
That's just a camera up and
Just straight down? Okay.
Yeah, this is just an example of the model.
Got it.
You have the approximate distance that is simulating?
This is just literally up in the atmosphere.
Okay,
This is just for me trying to show that I took into consideration the terrain of pretty much the entire area. And so part of this was the photos we took. This is right there in the parking lot of the apartments nearby. And right here, this is from it looks like from the resort area. And
Yeah, to make this bigger, I actually took out some of the title part of it because,
Yeah.
again, not a.
where that purple arrow is where that tower would be. And I believe this is photo 3 or 2.
Right there.
No, that's photo 2.
Two, with the tower right there.
Yep.
So that actually shows you the tower is. That's simulation 2, S2. So the arrow is pointing to the tower behind the trees. Hard to see, but you can see the tip of the antennas up above those pine trees right there.
And how many feet is that in?
I'm sorry?
145.
Is
145.
That's 145.
Yeah.
Pine trees are 145.
And that 145 is top of tower, so. This is the other side of the resort. This is in front, looks like in front of the restaurant. This is number 3. That right there. The arrow is off slightly, but there is the
Yeah.
tower. So the balloon fly right here would have been able to help us center it, so because this right here would be the center of the image. We would have been able to line that up. But that's pretty much the primary not primary bonus, I guess, of using a balloon fly off from my end. For y'all, it's good for having people be able to see it, but it's not necessarily it's not necessarily required.
When you do a balloon test, how long is the balloon up for?
Depends on regulations. Sometimes it's only up for long enough for a person to go run around and take photos requested. Sometimes it's 4 hours, sometimes it's 6 hours.
Whose regulations?
The municipalities.
It's in the town code.
I think our town code stipulates 2 days, one of them has to be a weekend day,
Right.
and I think it has to be, what Dave, you remember what the,
4 hours
4 hours each day.
between. Balloon test shall be a minimum of 4 hours in duration between the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. on 2 days from Friday through Monday, one day of which must be Saturday or Sunday.
So that means it has to be the Friday.
Well, that's looking
Saturday.
for weekenders and people you know, in this case.
I think it's
Any-
important to do an actual balloon.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have, your code
stipulates it.
Your code says shall do a balloon test prior to the public hearing. And I don't see anywhere that you could waive that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So whether you like a balloon test or not, your code says you gotta do it.
Yeah.
And the way we typically do it, if the board, if we get a set of dates, it's all weather dependent. So if we have wind blowing at 12 miles an hour, we're not doing it.
Yeah, our consultant has already told us that we have to have a number of dates for both the weekend and the
Exactly.
weekday, and, it's basically, we've got to conservatively sort of have several week window for this to happen.
This winter, I'm still waiting for two to be done from December, because we haven't had it. But anyway, and yes, and we work with the town to let you know when the good weather days are, because it's kind of sometimes.
I've actually been on that site that we had to do, and we literally had to decide the day before that we needed to go out the next day. Because that was the only day within the next 2 weeks that was potentially at all possible, because he said 12 miles an hour, it's typically 10 miles or less.
Yeah. What are we looking at here?
This is 209, I forget which.
Taken from 209?
This is taken from 209 across the river. That is the resort right here, yes.
What number?
16.
Southeast from 209.
You skipped a few.
Yeah, so they were just photos,
That's okay.
so
Elena, what page are you on for the,
Now on 16.
P16.
Yeah, there were only a handful of locations from which it was visible, so I think we
Yeah.
just skipped a bunch that.
Yeah, I
weren't.
just skipped a bunch that we didn't have any sims or anything like that. I'm just trying to show you this. So this is on 209, across the river or creek or whatever, I forget which one that one is.
What's the roundup?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
it's
roundabout.
the big fancy one. But the resort is right here. But whenever you sim it, the tower is like right here. It's just barely skipping up. Where my yellow cursor begin, the point of it is, that's where it starts, the tower. And pretty much the purple arrow is right where it ends.
Now, is there a simulation? Is it showing it?
That is the simulation.
Simulation.
That is a simulation. It blends in really well.
There's a tower there?
Yes.
Because the bridge behind it actually acts to partially block it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It camouflages it really well.
If it's on top of the ridge, it will be very visible.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
why we're not there.
And I don't think the IPC would allow it on
That's,
their
that's
property.
probably the real reason.
That's the real reason.
All right, let's see what else we got in here.
I think you're going to like 27 or
I
something.
think 27 is the next one.
Yeah, all those photos are skipping by, none of it's not visible, well, that one.
Well, I won't say it's not visible, but it's very likely not visible. Here's the resort. Again, this one we did do a sim. And somewhere right here, within this tree line right here. You're,
There you go.
there we go. Okay, there it is. Right, how it got turned into a hand. Pointer finger on the hand.
Because you zoomed in.
Because yes, because I used it, yeah. There, that pointer finger is where it begins.
what are these typically painted?
They're typically galvanized gray, so they're not painted, so that they, within a few months, they ended up just being a very dull gray. Which tends to be the predominant weather.
Is this photo meant to simulate in any way the view from the overlooks on 4455?
Covered. Here's overlook from that right there. Right here is the resort. You're not sure?
Which one?
Well,
P
all right.
28?
Whoa.
I don't think it was.
Yeah, I did have it simmed, I just don't see it. Hold on.
Where that arrow is,
Might be overlook.
that might be.
I think that is because it's 27,
27 is the
28, and
scenic
29
viewpoint.
is right next to the site. So yeah, 27 and 28 are the
Yeah.
overlook. So this is the overlook.
But you have that, it looks as if the tower is behind the resort. And in
No, it's-
reality, if you were on it, if you were at the first overlook and you're looking straight at it, where your location is, it would be in front of the
There's this
resort.
one tree, like right here, there's this ridge right here, you see that?
Yeah.
I'm doing it, that comes in behind, like right here.
I don't know, well, we're doing a balloon test, so that's, we're
Yeah, you'll-
conducting
well,
a balloon test, so it'll, you
Yeah,
know,
we'll know for sure
alleviate
with
any
the balloon
questions.
test, but this
That
is,
makes sense.
this has the topography built into it. And this is where it put in, the tower. Now, I know that this ridge of, evergreens right here, that is, I wanna say it's closest to the overlook, because I was using some of those as markers when, orientating slightly, so.
In the, what do you call those maps? With vegetation, the widest area of visibility were two very open areas north of the site. One of which 209 went through. And I'm just wondering whether you have any shots from there, especially
I
from.
do, I
209.
don't know if they are in this, here's one right here. And these right here are from that right there. Actually, look for,
What do you look, 209 is 13,
so 16 is also one.
13, 14, 15, 16.
In that open area, Scott?
Yeah, yes.
So this one
13,
right
yeah,
here.
to the north, exactly.
So 16 is one of them, that's this one
That's
right
right
there.
there.
So on the photo log, S16, this is on 209, oops, I did it again. This is from 209 right there, it's looking there, that's the resort.
There it is. Yeah.
Yep, there's that thing right there, and there's that ridge that I was talking about from S27.
So you're saying this is in a very tight valley with ridges blocking it on both the north and the south?
It's less ridges and more like hills and stuff.
But still, you got significant
We got-
blocking on both the north and the south, so it's in.
It's in a bubble, it's in a bowl, basically.
Okay.
Yes.
It's a balloon test, right? Okay.
It's not.
Okay.
That's right. Yes.
It's a camouflage.
It's a good, I mean, obviously the balloon test will be another aid for you to look at. But we are very confident that this is a very well sited location. Based upon the view shed map that honestly we've time and time prepared, and then we go do a balloon test and they match up identical. So we've shown you a view shed map where visibility of this is not great. This tool shows you visibility, not significant. We'll do the balloon test. And that'll be three things and the results will be.
Well, one of the questions we had, and I'm not sure if Matt's still on, but when we talked to him today, that map, which showed essentially, I mean, the blockage by topography was fairly small. The blockage by vegetation was very, very extensive on the
It is.
presentation. The question is, what are you using to simulate, to estimate the vegetation? Is it like an overall thing that says this whole area of the town is vegetated, or, I mean, what's the sensitivity of it? And
There is an actual data, there's data prepared by multiple federal agencies. It's land use data, it shows development areas, open areas, wetland, woody wetlands, forests. And it breaks out those forests by deciduous, evergreen,
the
mixed.
question for us, though, is that
Yes.
in those areas of vegetation that probably span, at least in your circle, let's say 2 miles wide, how many openings are there that are 10 feet? You know, whether it's on 209 or not, how many 10-foot, 15-foot openings are there where you can stand there and the tower is gonna be right there? That's what that's what we need to figure out, is we see your presentation, but how sensitive is it to the actual vegetation on the ground in terms
So-
of clearances?
The vegetation, or basically the land use data models, those come to us at, I think, 10-meter resolutions. So 10 meters, like 30 feet, or just 33 feet, yeah. The topography data is 1 meter resolution.
Topography, I get.
Yeah, so I'm just, that's pretty much.
That's if you got a rich spot.
Balloon
But-
test.
But you're claiming blockage over 90% of this by vegetation. That's gotta be very, very significantly ground truth. And I'm not sure exactly how the 10-meter resolution pans out, but that could obviously, 33 feet wide is, a bit, or, half of it would be 17 feet wide. So there's a significant opportunity there for a vantage point. Let's put it that
There
way.
is, but then you have crisscross, but then you have that one area, so if you have one, say this is the tower, then you have, and here's your view, and you have one area that's open. But then down the road, you have other, so, well, that's why
Well,
we feel
see-
confident with that, but the balloon test. And
Yeah.
again, another tool, another aid
That's
for
why
you,
it's assumed and not.
right?
And you are aware that that section of 4451 is New York State Scenic Byway.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
It's
you've
on.
got Minnewaska State Park and that, the overlook and the whole northern Shawangums are noted in the New York State Open Space Plan.
Yes, and
Okay.
SHPO will review,
Yeah, and just so,
And-
just trying to impress upon you the sensitivity to the users of Minnewaska State
I
Park.
completely understand.
I don't know if that's hundreds of thousands of people per year. But we are trying to get some locations on some of the trails that may be impacted by this. So we have reached out to PIPC.
And we are,
Minnewaska State Park.
that does not, I've done work in Hongston, I've done work in
Okay.
the Schwangum Ridge, so I understand the importance from the local perspective, I do.
Okay.
On the other hand, and again, we feel confident, but the balloon test will show what it shows. We also are provide service to those areas too. It's important. No,
Matt
at some
wants to-
point, there
I was
is,
just in the Adirondacks for 4 days. There was no service.
Oh,
well, that's wrong.
It was okay.
But, well, until someone, I mean,
until something happens.
Listen, I'm the 911 or all the, in.
you know, anyway,
Matt
But
wants
I-
to ask
you're-
questions.
Oh, that's, you got Matt?
Yeah, Matt
Completely
wanted to know if
You
you
have
could-
We have a question.
how do
Yeah,
we
can
get-
you folks hear me?
That's what I want to know.
They have to stop sharing their screen.
Okay, are you done with your presentation?
Yeah, I'm done. I don't.
Okay,
we're
good.
done.
So if you stop sharing your screen, then we should be able
I'll
to
stop.
allow Matt.
Be good.
Does he want to share his screen or?
I think he just wants to zoom in, right? He did, he said he didn't want.
There it
is.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
No
you
headphones.
didn't,
Volume,
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
you
okay?
control it.
You got it.
There we go.
Sharing their screen.
okay, are you done with your presentation?
Yeah, I'm done. I don't.
Okay,
You're
good.
done.
So if you stop sharing your screen, then we should be able
I'll
to
stop.
allow Matt.
There's a lag.
Be good.
Does he want to share his?
So it's different.
I think Sue wants to zoom in, right? Fill in a time warp here.
There it
Okay.
is.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Can you unmute him?
I do think he's on.
he's unmuted.
What's up?
Matt, are you muted on your end?
I am not muted. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear
You
you.
got to get out.
Sue wants to zoom in, right? Fill in a time warp here. Okay, hey. Go for it,
Can
Matt.
you guys hear me? Hear me now?
Yes.
Can you unmute him?
Okay, I can hear myself echoing back, so I'm assuming you can hear me.
Let's.
Matt, are you muted on your end?
I am not muted. I am not.
You got to get out.
Sue wants to zoom in. Fill in a time warp here.
Okay. So you can hear me now.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. There's a little bit of a delay. So I'll ask my question and wait. But I appreciate the presentation on the visual. I have taken a look at the view shed analysis and the photo simulations, and I just have a couple of basic questions. On the view shed analysis, you said that the terrain was based on 1 meter digital elevation models, LiDAR-based digital elevation models, and I understand that, and that's about as accurate as you can get. You said that the vegetation came from various sources. Would I be correct in assuming that those sources might include the NLCD or the NLCD land or canopy closure data? Are those, how you got the vegetation?
Data pulled from multiple federal sources and then combined to create one raster that covers the entire area, and they do it every 4 years, they update it. Unfortunately, I cannot remember the name of it offhand, unfortunately, but it's either MRDC or something like that. It's I think it's multi-use or something like that. Data pulled from multiple sources and then combined.
Yeah, I believe you're talking about the MLCD data, which is what I was referring to. Have you ever used LiDAR data processed in-house to get more accurate vegetation and buildings to use as obstructions in your view shed? Or can that be done?
I didn't hear your answer.
Yeah, I believe you're talking about the MLCD data, which is what I was referring to. Have you ever used LiDAR data processed in-house to get more accurate vegetation and buildings to use as obstructions in your view shed? Or can that be done?
So go through the first.
I didn't hear your answer.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're talking about the MLCD data, which is what I was referring to. Have you ever used LiDAR data processed in-house to get more accurate vegetation and buildings to use as obstruction in your view shed?
I'm gonna try and call him.
I was